I don't like you.
Oh, she's not joking. Not joking.
I don't like you.
Toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking, American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. It's for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free to the repent.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, Lord. Hey, Ruby. What's up, girl?
Doing good, doing good. How are you, Jimmy?
I'm doing good. I'm checking my volume here. I might have to do the whole go out again.
Oh, man.
Yeah, because I can barely hear you. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I'll be right back.
All right, Jimmy's going to be right back, and I will wait for Jimmy to come on because we have a special guest that I want everybody to get to know in our community, especially Jimmy and everybody in the chat. So I'll take a few seconds to say hello to everybody in the chat. Beverly. Hi, Beverly. Becky. Of course, Jimmy's in the chat. JG. Hey, JG.
Well, that's better.
Awesome. Jimmy is back. Are you good now?
Yeah, it's better. I can hear you now.
Okay. Still good?
Yep. Still good.
Okay. Awesome. So I forgot. I don't know why I always run late when I know I do this show every Tuesday at 9 p.m. So I'm so sorry, guys. And I forgot to tell you that we have a special guest tonight.
Yeah, I saw that in the description. I'm like, who's the special guest? So I was like, okay, that'll work.
Yeah. So I'm going to bring him up now. I actually found this guy on YouTube and X, and I said, hey. So we got Carlos on the stage. Welcome, Carlos.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Ruby. Thank you for having me on. Hey, Jimmy. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. Thank you. It's an honor to be on. So as you know, yeah, I came across I forget how I found the old Discord, and then now we're on yours. But yeah, I'm an EXJW. For those of you who don't know me, I run the Mindful Warrior Within podcast. Okay, so the whole concept of the Mindful Warrior podcast is basically on reclaiming divine masculinity. Reclaiming divine masculinity through mental resilience, self-mastery. Right? So my content is all about helping men, especially those who feel lost or disconnected, to basically rebuild themselves into powerful, purpose-driven individuals. Something that I believe in the ex-JW community, I believe that a lot of the men that leave the Borg, they struggle with identity after leaving. And I say this also because of my personal journey of what I went through, right? And don't get me, I'm going to say this and I'm going to be upfront. When I left, even when I was in the Borg, I was what people today would consider a soy boy. Okay, I was. You know, I'll be
careful when you say that. All right, we got hammered on that one time.
Hey,
just kidding.
Well, you know what? We all go through. We all have an empowerment journey that we all go through, right? And I'm being upfront. I was that. You know, I'm ashamed that I was, but at the same time, I'm not, because now I'm in a position where I can help others, right?
Right.
I went through a journey where I had to reclaim my masculinity. I had no idea what the hell that was, right? I'm like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
well, what is that, right? There's this void left. When you leave the board, you lose. There's a void that is left that you lose because you are systematically programmed to be brainwashed by a system that basically dictated your every single move in your life, right?
Right.
So many end up drifting, unsure of where they're going in life. Especially, I believe men, right? I find a lot of the men, and either within the Borg or now ex-JWs. I'm gonna say it again. I find a lot of them are that term,
Mm-hmm.
right? I was that, so I know what it's about. So, and it's because when we're in the organization, we're conditioned to suppress as men our masculinity. Think about it, right? When you're in, like when you're in it, or how many men in there, like, or brothers, elders, can you really think of that were you're like, okay, well, this guy can kick my ass, right? Like, and it's not so much about that, about like being all masculine bravado. I'm talking about being
Right.
sure of yourself, being in control. Okay, I found a lot of the men in there were they had no testosterone to them, they had no masculinity to them, and I found that out afterwards, long afterwards, right? It just hit me. It just like,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh crap, right? So that's basically why my work, why I started the Mindful Warrior Within podcast, to help men reconnect with their warrior spirit, because we all have it. We all have a warrior spirit that's just that's embedded within us, in our DNA, and it's up to us to wake up, to wake that spirit up, right? So there's my
Mm-hmm.
channel, the Mindful Warrior Within podcast, right? And it's all about just helping men reconnect with their warrior spirit, their strength, their ability to lead their own lives, right? So all of you listening out there, if that resonates with you, check out the Mindful Warrior Within podcast, because you know what, no man should walk this path alone, especially if you're an ex-JW, right? So we're here to help you guys. And I when I left, and I thought deep about this, right? You know what, I forget in which episode I talk a little bit about my journey when I left the Borg, and I went through this whole spiritual journey, bro. I went through I was like a new ager. I was out looking for into all of these different cults. Right now they're cults. Before I was like, oh my god, what's the truth, right? So so I was just doing all of this research. I'm like, well, these guys preach, these guys do this. So it's like, but once you go through this whole spiritual awakening, you're like, okay, well, it's God is basically everywhere, right? It's not so much about a religion, but it's more about being a good person, period. Right? That's what it comes down to. So after a couple of years, and the whole New Age journey, it taught me. Now, don't get me wrong, there is some truth. There's truth everywhere. Okay, there's truth in the New Age movement when it comes to like chakras and meditating. Of course, you have to be careful on how you approach these concepts with meditation, right? I had some crazy experiences, when I'll probably, and perhaps on another show I can share my experience of what I went through with meditating. But going through all of this, I opened up to the idea of masculinity that all throughout history, right? The samurai, they followed Bushido. They followed this strict code of honor, that basically involved respect, duty, self-mastery. And then we had the knights, right? The knights, and they lived by this code of chivalry, a code that demanded courage, loyalty, protection of the weak, the men and the women and the kids. And then we had the Spartans, right? And the Spartans, they completely they understood that without discipline, you have destruction. So I came to the realization that today men are weak in every aspect of the word, in every single aspect of the word, not just
Agreed.
in the Borg, but everywhere. And then you have you have the crazy idea, this crazy ideology that, I believe that men who blame women or blame feminism for, oh well, we're like this because, well, equal rights, equal fights, man. No, it's not about that, bro. Like, you're a man, you take the lead, right? I don't care about this whole feminism thing over here. That's their doing. As men, we lead by example. So we become, if we want a change in the world, we start with ourselves, and that starts with self mastery of your mind. That starts with self control. So
Wow.
that's basically where I come from when it comes to the mindful warrior within. And I deliver content where it's empowering. Sometimes it's hard hitting, and I say it like it is, because sometimes you just have to, if we want change in the world, we need men to take a stand against evil. And that's a motto that I live by, a quote that I came up with, right? To be a warrior and rise, take a stand against evil, right? That's where I'm at, right? If we want to change, then it starts with us, and it starts with us taking the lead, and not just sitting back and sitting on our ass and waiting for someone to change things, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. Yes, I am a patriot. I believe in the MAGA movement. I would say that I'm a Trump supporter, right? However, I don't push a political party. Okay.
Right.
What I push is basically men thinking for themselves. I don't like to put a label on myself. I don't like to put myself in a box. I do see what the left is doing and what the left has done, especially with the woke culture, which I believe has completely destroyed masculinity. I do consider myself a conservative by my way of thinking, and I do believe that if I were 50 years, if I were alive 50 years ago, perhaps I wouldn't be supporting MAGA or be supporting the Republicans back in the day. I would have been, supporting JFK, the Democratic Party, right? And we now see like a full pendulum swing from what it was, right? So I will support, in my opinion, and who I am as a person and who I have evolved into as a man. I will support whatever aligns with good morals and good values.
Right. Agreed.
And I guess right now it seems to be MAGA, not the Republican rhinos, but just what MAGA stands for, right? Which is liberty, justice, the standing up for what is right. So that's where I'm at, right? Like, we see all these hit pieces on this guy, on Trump or whatever, whether you like him or not. Like, I believe that he's going in the right direction, right? There might be some things that we don't like or whatever, but that doesn't mean that, the dude is evil or whatever, right? I believe it all has to do with us, because in the end, we have the power, right? We decide. So that's what people need to understand, especially men. And what I believe is, whatever side you're on, right, after leaving the Borg. Oh, and let me backtrack a little bit. In the Borg, what's funny about the Borg? We're in the Borg, we sing these songs, and I think, Ruby, I've mentioned this before in the chat, that we're singing these songs and we don't know it, but when you come out of it, looking back in, you're being programmed through those songs. I remember hearing little jingles, hearing little subconscious jingles, and and they're programming you. Now, where am I going with this? I'm going with the fact that a lot of ex-JWs, and even at the time, I remember when Trump was first in office, his first term, I remember so many people being against Trump and hating Trump in the Borg, right? We're talking about witnesses. I'm like, whoa, hey, I thought we're supposed to be neutral. What's going on? Why do you hate this guy so much, right? So it's all, and then once you're out, you're like, holy shit, like, everyone's being programmed to be a Democrat, whether you realize it or not. I'm like, everyone's being programmed to be a Democrat. Somehow, I have no idea how. I think it's through the. I blame the songs.
Good. That's a good theory.
I blame the songs, but the reason I'm bringing this up is again, whatever side you are on, okay,
Mm-hmm.
the truth is that strong, independent men are a threat to any system that wants control.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's why I bring up, the whole Democrat thing and being brainwashed by the Borg and all of that, because whatever side you're on, you need to understand a strong, independent man is a threat to any system. Okay. Because
Mm-hmm.
they want us in control. You see, I have a theory that the reason they attack not just masculinity, and we also see an attack on femininity through, we see all of these girls shaking their ass and boobies on OnlyFans, and
Mm-hmm.
that's a degradation of the beautiful feminine as well. So
Right.
there hasn't only been an attack on masculinity, but also femininity. I do talk a little bit about that on my podcast. However, it's mostly focused, mostly driven on the masculine aspect, right? So
Mm-hmm.
my focus isn't left or right. My focus is mostly about self-governance, self-improvement, making sure that you are in control of your mind, of your life, right? And like I said earlier, I will align with whatever
Mm-hmm.
has good morals, has good morals and values. And right now I see that through MAGA. Again, not the Republican rhinos, but MAGA itself. Whether that becomes a political party down the road, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
If we will see another pendulum swing, and then now we will see Democrats actually getting their shit together, and everyone, you know what I mean? Like it's a full swing
Yeah.
effect that we saw, right, from JFK, and then now they're everyone says, oh, the Democrats are evil. What if we see that swing back, right? We don't know,
Mm-hmm.
right? So we
Mm-hmm.
need to be in control of ourselves, of our mind, not some external force, right? Not
Right.
whatever we think is dictating our life, whether it's the Borg, whether it's religion. Stand up for what is good, take a stand against evil, fight the good fight, be a good person, because in the end that's what God wants. He doesn't care if you're whatever, as long as you're not causing, if your belief system, as long as you're not causing self-harm or harm to others, I don't believe that God
Right.
really cares. He just wants you to be good, right?
Right.
That's
Yeah.
all, right? So if you're an XJW man and you're trying to rebuild yourself, you're trying to find yourself, or basically just a man who knows that there's more to life than what you have been
Yes.
told, then I invite you, check out the podcast, the Mindful Warrior Within podcast. You see, because masculinity, it isn't dead. They want us to believe it's dead. It's not dead. It's just been
Mm-hmm.
asleep. Masculinity has
Wow.
only been asleep, and it's time to wake up. It's time to reclaim our power as powerful men that we are supposed to be, and not just masculinity. As you know, I'm against Andrew Tate, right? I'm against everything that dude preaches. He's
Yeah.
not masculine. There's nothing
Mm-hmm.
masculine about Andrew Tate. I'm all about divine masculinity, right? And that's
Wow.
masculinity that you take a stand against evil. You don't care, so you don't care about the material or the money. Yes, that is important to some degree, and you use that as a tool to help yourself, to help others, right?
Right.
Carlos,
And
can I touch on one thing real quick that I saw in the
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
comments? Because
Mm-hmm.
every time this subject comes up about
Mm-hmm.
divine masculinity, there's always going to be somebody that says, "Oh, well, that person doesn't like women," or
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
so. Would you like to address that for us, please?
Oh, absolutely. You see, divine masculinity, again, it's not Andrew Tate masculinity. Okay,
Right.
let's not get it twisted. You see, the man and the woman, they were created as both equally powerful beings. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
together they represent God's qualities as a whole. Now, the man was built for the physical aspect of this world, right? So the man's strengths involve everything they need to take care of that responsibility. Now, the woman, I believe the woman is the spiritual gatekeeper, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's a spiritual gatekeeper. That's why we also see an attack on women. Now, what is divine masculinity? When it comes to femininity, divine masculinity is going to uphold the feminine. It's going to respect the feminine. It's going to protect the feminine, right? It doesn't, and of course, every man and woman do have a feminine and a masculine. Now, that doesn't mean that if you're a man, that doesn't mean that you're also a fag. Okay, that means you're gonna, if you have a family, if you have a kid, you're gonna show that tender affection, the same that a mother would, right? When I describe when I say divine masculinity, it's because we all have that God spark in us, okay? And God made us in His image, and we have His qualities. So we learn masculinity as a man. We learn masculinity through the animal kingdom, okay? Take a look at a horse. Take a look at a lion. A lion is courageous. Now, a lion knows he's powerful. Okay, a lion knows he's strong. But a lion is not going to go around fucking killing everything just because it can.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
So a lion is going to, he knows his own strength. He's in control. He knows when to hunt. He knows when to take care of his pride. He knows when to play with his cubs. He knows when to be in lion mode. That's divine masculinity. You see, a powerful man is authentic. Okay. So you're going to live in alignment. He's going to live in alignment with his true values and beliefs. He doesn't conform to the societal pressures or these false ideals of like Andrew Tate masculinity.
Right.
Authenticity is being true to yourself, acknowledging your strengths and acknowledging your weaknesses, but using your weaknesses as strengths. And then what do I mean by that? Well, if you fail, you're not going to succumb to that. You're going to use that as a stepping stone to grow stronger. Okay.
Right.
You're going to acknowledge that weakness and you're going to grow. So when it comes to masculinity and femininity, the man is always going to honor the woman. Always. It has nothing to do with belittling women. Any man that belittles a woman or attacks a woman or blames women for everything, that's not a real man.
Right.
I agree with that.
That is not a real man. Okay. Because a real man is in control. A real man is in full control of himself, and he takes full accountability, full responsibility for his own shit. Period.
Yes.
He doesn't go around pointing fingers. Oh, well, he was mean to me. Oh,
Right.
Well, no. Right. You're like, okay, you know what? I messed up. I'm sorry. Okay, how can we make this better? How can I grow? How can I learn from this? Right. Now, a lot of people on the right might say, oh, well, that's a bunch of woke faggoty shit. No, it's not. It's what makes you powerful as a man. How are you in control of yourself and your emotions? I find that's what I also find a lot of people like. I'm not right, and I'm not full left. You know, I guess I'm balanced with the whole MAGA thing. Right? Like I say, I align myself with values and morals and what's good.
Yes.
Right? Everything that's good. So I find that a lot of there is some issues with the MAGA movement, especially when it comes to like racism or like, oh, you can only be white, you know, if you're MAGA or if you're patriot or you know what I'm trying to say. I've seen that. I've seen a whole lot of that. Right.
Right.
However, I believe that there's so much behind divine masculinity. I know the term probably throws some people off because I believe the term comes from New Agers, the whole divine masculinity and divine femininity. But I believe that it has been taken out of context by them, right? Because it's being a man and acknowledging your power, but also acknowledging that you do have a tender side, okay? That you do have that quality, feminine qualities that a woman has, that, you know, take care of her young, right? So you see that as a man when you show love, when you show care, when you show, you know, tender affection towards your family, towards your loved ones, you show those feminine qualities, right? But yeah, Jimmy, going back to what you were saying, divine masculinity does not attack the woman. I have a thread on that on my X, where I actually talk all about that. And let me go ahead and I can
While you do that, I would like to make a few points. And some people in the comments are kind of on the fence about this. And I know that it is going to rattle some feathers. And that's the whole point of this show, is to be
That's what we do.
exactly. Is to be bringing other people's perspectives, especially XJWs who are one of us, that we're not all the same in our journey coming out of the cult. And you see a man like Carlos making content for all men, not just XJW men, but it's also he regained his masculinity. And like people said in the comments, how Watchtower literally emasculated men. And I think that the world does the exact same thing that the organization does, and politically as well. It's like you see this in many different communities. And that's why I like Carlos and his content, even though I know it's not directed to me because I'm a woman. I wouldn't understand this, right? Because I'm not a man. But I know that if I would allow Carlos to come on here and speak to you guys, you might find something within his content or something that he says that can help you in your journey of regaining your masculinity. And I know that Carlos comes, he comes from that strong angle. But you know what? You guys have seen me say something so like controversial when I said that women shouldn't be in politics, and Olia had a titty attack because I said that no women should be voting or in politics at all. And and I have a lot of traditional values, like how Carlos was saying about the man, leadership, protection, all of those things is a gender roles. But those lines have been blurred for the past 5 to 10 years, that now when somebody like Carlos says what he says, oh, now he hates women. It's like, okay, stop. Okay. This is thousands of years old. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is in our DNA, for a man to be a man, for a woman to be a woman. And then when they started asking, well, what is a woman? Well, what is a man? You see what I'm saying? So this is not far off than what we think it is. Carlos is not saying anything that doesn't already exist, that hasn't already been written on books or documentaries. Go ahead, Jimmy.
We touched on this before in one of our episodes when we had that discussion with the comment that you made about women, that you want to see women out of politics. So we brought this point up about the destruction of the man, so to speak. And we can just look at Hollywood. We've said this before. Go back to Hollywood, look at the 50s and the 60s, and how many shows were on TV that showed a strong father figure, someone who took care of his family, somebody who had a job and supported his wife in what she was doing. You had John Wayne, everybody thought, oh, John Wayne, he's a real man. And you had Kirk Douglas, and all these guys back then. But then there was a shift around the late 80s to where you started seeing the father in a sitcom or a father in the movie being the one that is the goofball, the loser, the cut up. Let's look at Married with Children, Al Bundy. Yeah, he portrayed himself as a big guy. He thought that, but everybody else around him thought he was a buffoon. Then you go into, Family Guy, and just, you can list off the number of shows out there now to where the father is not painted in the same light as they were back in the 50s and 60s. And that goes all the way into the political arena to where the elites, the people that are trying to control us, know that they can't fight or they can't defend against divine masculinity.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad that you touched on that, the whole Hollywood thing. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Go on.
So they know they can't. So they had to start doing things to destroy the nuclear family, because if you have nuclear families, that's pretty powerful for your communities and for your nation. But if you destroy that and have the woman and the child reliant on the government to feed them or whatever, and the guy over here bouncing job to job, and if he doesn't pay child support, he gets thrown in jail and blah, it's horrible to what they have done to the nuclear family. And they attack. So, and not only did they attack the men, but they attacked the women as well, because the whole feminist movement was started by the 2 old white guys, deep state players. And so it was a coordinated attack on the nuclear family, attacking both male and female.
Exactly, Jimmy. So I did tell Carlos that I would give him at least 30 minutes. I don't know how much time you have, Carlos, but I do have your thread here if you wanted to make a comment about that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So we can, if you open up the thread there, yeah, and we can post it, for everyone to see here. I made a thread, and I have a post here on, it's the 8th post, and it touches on masculinity and the warrior mindset, and both focus on both masculine and feminine energies. And just so everyone is clear here, if you go through this thread, I'm not seeing your comments, by the way, so I don't know what people are saying, but going down, we see a section that says masculinity uplifting femininity, right?
Yes.
So just touching briefly on Jimmy's point there, excellent points. Yeah, absolutely spot on. We see, and it's something that I've talked about before on my shows. We see all of these shows where they put the man in such a, make him look stupid, right? Just make him look like he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, right? So we started seeing an attack on masculinity from the get-go, and it's been an ongoing process, and same with femininity. So the goal here is for people to understand that true masculinity is going to uplift the feminine, is going to uplift and honor women. So under that post, there's a section, masculinity uplifting femininity, and I'm just going to quote here what I say is, one of the most profound expressions of true masculinity is the way it uplifts and protects feminine energy. A powerful man does not see femininity as something to be controlled or diminished, right? We're going to see the value, and we're going to see the strength and value that feminine energy brings to life, right? So we understand the virtues. We understand that we are created in God's image, and our qualities create a whole, right? I don't believe that one is above the other. I believe that we make each other whole, because a woman is going to have different qualities than that of a man. Do her qualities mean that she's less than? No, absolutely not. What about the woman not having the same qualities as a man? Does that mean that she's less than? No, it means you just create a whole. That's all. That's all you do, right? So a true masculine man is going to protect, is going to support the feminine energy, because he knows, and like I mentioned here in my thread, he knows that in doing so, he's not only empowering himself, he's creating an environment in which women can thrive, and in return, he is nourished by their creativity, their empathy, and their intuition. And something that I've learned along the way, when a man takes care of his family, and basically that's the point that I'm bringing out, his family is going to take care of him.
Yep.
Yes. Wow. Good one.
That's what it is, right? Even Jesus, what did he say? Jesus Christ, and I've said this multiple times in my shows, that he is the most masculine man to have ever walked on the face of this planet, right? And look at the way that he treated women, right? Women came to him, right? Women liked his energy because he didn't belittle women. He in no way belittled women. He uplifted women. So that's right there. You want to follow a true example of divine masculinity, Jesus Christ, right there, right? And
wow,
me myself, I'm not, and I say this, you know what? And I'm not even Christian, right? I don't follow any religion. I follow Jesus, right? But I'm not religious, right? I have a spiritual path, and I acknowledge who he is and who he was. I acknowledge that he is and was the son of God, and he is divine. But I also acknowledge that he gave us the best example, especially for men, to follow.
Right.
Right. So,
Mhm.
so he gave us the best example. You want to be a true masculine man, follow Jesus, follow his example, follow who he was. He never belittled women.
Mhm.
He uplifted them, right?
Right.
He took care of men and women. The way that he was tender with women is the way that every man should be, right? So if you're lost, and if
Mhm.
you're a man who's lost, and you are following Andrew Tate because you've been brainwashed, you've been led to believe that because he talks all tough and he has all this money and he has all this, that's who you
Right.
should follow as masculine, then
Right.
you've been brainwashed again into another cult. You've been brainwashed into another cult, right? So
Unfortunately, yep.
unfortunately, yeah. So
Wow. Yeah.
that's what I'm all about. That's what the Mindful Warrior Within podcast is about. And thank you, Ruby, for giving me this time to
Oh.
share my content, share what I'm all about, right? And yeah,
Mhm.
just giving a face to the podcast. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Wow, no, thank you for coming on. For the longest, I've wanted to introduce you. I want to have you again for more interactions with the chat. I mean, the chat is really lit up with you. So if you want to reach out to Mindful Warrior Within, he is on my EXJW Political Corner Discord server. The link is in the description. It's unlimited, so it won't expire. So you can join our server and he is there. You can connect, you can ask questions, you can look at his YouTube channel, Twitter. You can really connect with Carlos on there. So thank you, Carlos, so much for hopping on and sharing your content with us, your opinions. And I love it. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate a guy like you who is not afraid to say everything that you just said, because there was a little bit of discomfort in the chat, but I'm not here to make people comfortable. You're not here to
Yeah.
make people comfortable. We
No.
are here to help people get out of that box, to
Exactly.
grow and to move
Yeah.
forward and to become
Exactly.
opinionated about something that the world tells you it should be this way. And we're telling you, no, think for yourself. That's the whole point of this.
Yep.
So I want to thank you so much for coming.
No, thank you very much for having me on. Jimmy, it was a pleasure meeting you. And Ruby, I'll see you in the chat. Thank you, guys.
Yes.
You have
Good
a great
meeting you,
night.
man.
All right, you have a good
Bye.
one.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Carlos. Wow, guys. Thank you so much for joining me in the chat. Thank you, Jimmy, for letting at least 30 minutes so that we can spend for Carlos, because I've been trying to get him for a really long time. I don't even think we're in the same time zone, but I've been trying to get him on because I know that this message, we don't really hear this message, especially in our community. We don't hear
Right.
a man who's also been in XJW tell us right here and right now how much you've been severed from your nature, your true nature. Like, it's like we have to go back to factory settings to then grow into what we really are, or even go further, extend yourself into a place where you probably never saw yourself, you
Yep.
know? So that was amazing, guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Enjoyed that. That was good.
Yes. Okay. So want to apologize again for coming late. I had to run to the store, and thank God the store is like literally 10-minute walk, 10-minute back. So I was running back home so that I could make it in time. All right. So let's get back to do you want to move on to the news blast? Are you ready for that?
Did you already have something lined up that you want? I mean, I'm ready for it any time. So, but did you have anything main topic that you want to discuss first? Did you want to talk about Massie real quick?
Oh, well, no, Massie needs a little bit more time. So
Okay.
hold on.
All right.
Because we got to dive into Massie. So this is what I put in the title. So I said Massie, Mcgregor was in the news recently. I want to talk a little bit about that. I want to share the clip of Conor McGregor. Then I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into the theory about Wendy Williams. And I was talking to Tony earlier, so she might join. Tony, if you're in the chat, let me know if you're still here, because I wanted to talk a little bit about the Wendy Williams thing. And then the geopolitics I put because there was a ceasefire in Ukraine. We got to talk about that. We got to talk about the comment that a low-level French guy politician made about the Statue of Liberty. Yeah, we got to talk about that. That was funny. And then I also wanted to briefly talk about the Norway decision. I mean, I know this is not like JW news, but I just wanted to briefly touch on the Norway decision when it came to the trial that everybody's been, covering and wanting to know more of. So so you can go first. If you have a news blast, we can jump right into it.
Yeah, so we can do that. Just want to speak real quick on that Norway thing, just real briefly. I know a lot of people have been up in arms about it, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, this is bad." And I'm not saying it's a good thing, but they're saying, "Oh, Watchtower is going to get away with it. And we're not going to be able to do anything. The war is over." Blah 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 blah. Okay, so everybody that's thinking that can keep that defeatist attitude. This is a war with Watchtower, and they may have won the battle here, but they haven't won the war. Okay. So I say that because I'm trying to give people a sense of encouragement, knowing that Norway doesn't mean it's completely over. There's a lot more going on right now that Watchtower has to be questioned for and held accountable for. So yeah, you took a hit. Okay, fine. Pick yourselves up, move along, and keep fighting against Watchtower. That's I had to say that real quick.
Yeah, and I wanted to show you this. I think I did show you this, but I wanted to show everybody else this. This is my Operation Spotlight letter, guys.
So good. So good.
Yes, I got so inspired. This is what happens when you're a homeschooling mom and you have a bunch of Sharpies and a whole bunch of things to start decorating. So I did this little project in like 5 minutes with two Sharpies, and that's what my letter looks like. And I was thinking, while it's on its way to Washington, D.C., the White House, you know how many people are going to look at this and go, "What the heck is this?"
Yep.
And turn it around and see the back of it, because I put like all the hashtags in the back of it. I put my name on the back of it. But the front of it is just a beautiful flag.
Nice.
Yes. Thank you, Wild.
Nice.
Yeah. So I wanted to show everybody that, to inspire them that you can be decorative, you can be creative, you can, like, we can be so outside of the box with this. This is a project of like arts and crafts for me. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just right up my alley. So I just wanted to show you guys that. Okay, go ahead, Jimmy.
All right, so let's go into the news blast, and we will go back to last Tuesday. I've got Tuesday through the weekend. And remember, as we go through this, what I am doing is giving you guys highlights of the stories that have come out, ones that were not carried, or a lot of them weren't carried by the mainstream media. So if I mention something, write it down, and you guys can go and research that particular story and see what's going on. Now, since if you're new to the channel and new to the News Blast, there's a lot of stuff that's happened in the last 24 hours. Okay. There's a lot. Even the JFK file thing, that was a couple hours ago. But what we try to do is we try to recap the week. And because when we recap the week, there's some things that we'll say on Tuesday or Wednesday that happened in the news that's already been taken care of, or there's been a conclusion to that story or whatever. So just keep that in mind as we go through this. All right, so let's start off with Tuesday, March 11th. First thing we have on the list: Department of Education lays off nearly 50% of its workforce.
Nice.
Yes, I love that. I had somebody tell me that, the Department of Education was good for American kids and we should keep it.
Right.
Oh my God. Okay. So I had that conversation and I was just like, really? Seriously? You still believe the Department of Education is good? Anyway. Yeah. Okay. Center-right party wins most votes in Greenland's parliamentary election. Amazon rainforest cut down. Oh God, get this. Amazon rainforest cut down to build highway for the COP Climate Summit. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. I have no clue what that is.
Yeah, so there's a climate summit going on in Brazil. I think it's where it's at. It's in Brazil. But they are literally cutting down parts of the Amazon rainforest to create a highway so the attendees of this convention or this summit don't have to deal with all the traffic in the city.
And they're talking about climate.
Correct. And they're cutting down rainforest
Exactly.
to do that.
Man.
How stupid can you be?
Yeah.
All right. U.S. resumes military aid and intelligence sharing as Ukraine says it is open to a 30-day ceasefire. We'll get in more of that.
Yep.
House narrowly passes a 6-month funding bill as shutdown deadline nears. Okay, that was on Tuesday. Remember, folks, the House passed the bill. Trump selects a new Tesla on the White House driveway to show support for Elon Musk. I swear.
Oh, and I've been seeing a whole bunch of like fires and things that they've
Yeah.
been
Yeah, we're going to get into that too.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Okay. Trump halts doubling of tariffs on Canadian metals after Ontario suspends electricity price hikes. So there was a company in Canada that does supply electricity to some of the northern states, Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, some of those that are on the border. And they were threatening to shut that electricity off or raise the prices on American people. Well, that is not going to happen because Trump decided to not double the tariff on them at the moment. SpaceX rocket carrying NASA's newest space telescope launches from California. RFK Jr. tells food leaders he wants artificial dyes removed from food products.
There you go. That's what I was waiting for. I was like, how long is this going to take?
Yep. Maui police chief named in Sean Diddy Combs' lawsuit as alleged co-conspirator. The Maui police chief. If you do some research on that dude, find out where he was a police chief before.
I remember this. Yeah. That's a rabbit hole.
A little place called Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And what happened there?
That was the shooting, right?
Yeah, and then you had the Maui fires, and he's the police chief over that.
That doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
And now he is named as a alleged co-conspirator in the Sean Diddy Combs lawsuit. Very interesting.
What?
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What the heck?
Maui police chief named in Sean Diddy Combs' lawsuit as alleged co-conspirator.
Oh no. Wow.
Yeah, that dude's got some serious skeletons in his closet.
Yep.
All right. Anything from Tuesday? Any thoughts? You good?
Well, some things from the chat from Live Forever. They make comments about having sympathy for those who are without work and have families to feed. Well, you haven't been here in a few weeks, Live Forever. But this was the same concept that we were discussing about the COVID situation when the government was mandating things and then telling people, oh, well, if you don't get this jab, you will be without a job.
Yep.
Well, now the tables have turned and the governments are telling you, well, you need to do X, Y, and Z or else you need to resign. I think it's the exact same thing. And what did the left do? What did the media do? What did the whole world do? They clapped it on.
Yep.
They had no sympathy for us when we declined to put an experimental jab in us. When we were protesting our grievance of losing our jobs and our kids couldn't go to school if it wasn't for this mandate in certain cities.
Yep.
People had to move.
And what gets me, and you don't even have to talk about the jab in this regards. Where were these people with the same argument when President Clinton was cutting people out of the federal government, firing people, removing programs and things like that? Where were these same people when Obama was in office and he was firing generals and he was firing people too. Where were you people when all that stuff was happening? Were you concerned about the people that were losing their jobs then? Probably not.
Interesting. Okay, so I was a baby when Clinton was president, so that's a very good point. You see, this is why I love doing this with Jimmy, is because he has way more experience than I do. So I would have never known about that because I was born when he was president.
I mean, so that argument, oh, well, what about these people's jobs and their families? And okay, I get what you're saying. I understand that. That is a concern. But where were you during COVID? Where were you during Obama's years? And where were you during Clinton's years when all those other people lost their jobs?
Yeah, good point.
Where were you folks when all of our jobs, our textile jobs, were being sent overseas? And factories were shutting down and people were losing everything they freaking had. Exactly. Where were you then?
Very good point. So we will move on, live forever, but you do make really valid points and it's a great discussion. So after we're done with the news blast, I will put a link in the chat so you can join and have a discussion. We don't really do debates, but we will have a respectful discussion about any disagreements that you may have. All right, go ahead, Jimmy.
And we'll open that back up to anybody that's watching this, anybody that might be spying on this program. You're welcome to come on our show anytime to have a conversation with us. Yes. Anytime.
Yes.
So we are telling you, you can talk to us. You don't have to hide behind videos and comments and things like that. Come talk to us. We're secure enough in what we believe and feel that we can have a respectful conversation with you. Can you? Anyway, okay. So let's go into Wednesday. Senate Democrats say they will reject the GOP's funding bill. All right, so the House passed it on Tuesday. Now the Democrats said on Wednesday that they were going to reject it. Canada hits U.S. with $21 billion in retaliatory tariffs. Texas megachurch founder Robert Morris indicted on charges of lewd acts with a child. Robert Morris. I don't even know. What's that guy look like? Do we have a quick search we can do on this guy?
Yeah, let's see. Let me get my
Texas megachurch founder Robert Morris.
Robert Morris. Okay. Let me share my screen with you guys. Okay, right here.
Oh, that dude. Okay. Well, now we know what it looks like.
Let's double check. You said Robert Morris, Texas
megachurch founder.
Oh, mega church. Let's see if that pops up.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. There he is. Okay.
Wow.
All right. So indicted on charges of lewd acts with a child. Trump vows to take back stolen wealth from the Pope.
Really?
And that's what we've talked about before, about the tons of gold that's been recovered from the Vatican and being transported back to the U.S. That's another rabbit hole that, so he did say that.
Okay.
Immigrant detention centers are at capacity, Trump admin officials say. So I heard they said that Guantanamo was full. So they're probably going to start rerouting some of these people to some of the other security places they have for detention. There's one up in Iceland, and they also have one out in, I think it's the Philippines. And they also have numerous prison barges that are out at sea. So there's places they can move these folks. Texas Tech campus evacuated after underground explosion and fire. I saw something on that briefly. It was like a green flames and fire coming out from the manholes on the campus. I wonder what was under there.
Mhm.
FBI charged a top CBP official with trying to scam FEMA, so a Border Patrol person. So FBI charged a top Border Patrol official with trying to scam FEMA. FEMA's
Mhm.
trying to scam everybody else. SpaceX mission to bring home astronauts postponed due to hydraulic issue. And like I said, there's some things we might say that happened last week that we actually know that allegedly these two people just came back from space within the last 4 or 5 hours.
Oh yes, I saw that. Oh they made it to the ground.
Allegedly for the first time in 8-9 months.
Okay. Okay.
Judge temporarily blocks parts of Trump's executive order seeking to punish law firm Perkins Coie. And Perkins Coie was very instrumental in the Russia crap. They were instrumental in getting FISA warrants. They are a very corrupt law firm.
Mhm.
Swatting call forces lockdown at Loma Linda Hospital. So a swatting call. And for those who may not know what swatting is, that's when somebody that doesn't like somebody else calls the police and say, hey, there's a shooting going on at this house. We just heard pops. We don't know what's going on. So then the police rush to the scene with guns drawn, and bad things can happen during a swatting call when actually there was nothing going on. There were no shots being fired. It was all lies. So if you didn't know what that was, that's what it is.
And didn't Cash want to make that? He wanted to change that or make it illegal to do a false swatting call or something like that. I thought it was already.
You're not supposed to do it, but I don't know. I haven't heard Cash say anything about it yet.
Okay. So maybe it was a post I saw on X because they wanted to change. I think maybe it was a politician. I don't know. I'm gonna have to see what I saw, but it was somebody saying how they wanted to propose to end that SWAT. Oh, I think it was Rick Scott. I think. Okay, I'm gonna see if I find it. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because it's horrible. Because you can actually, you can actually get somebody killed that way, and that's what's happening. Yeah, that's horrible for people to do that. LA officials issue evacuation warnings for wildfire-affected areas ahead of heavy rain. I guess they don't want people having landslides and mudslides and all that. Department of Justice opens investigation into the New York City homeless shelters. All righty. That was on Wednesday. Let's go to Thursday. American Airlines flight catches fire at the Denver airport. Schumer signals he'll vote to advance the GOP bill to avoid a shutdown. And boy, did he get some blowback from the very leftists of the Democratic Party, the socialist side of the Democratic Party, AOC, Bernie Sanders.
I was about to say Bernie, yeah.
Yeah. Trump threatens retaliatory 200% tariff on European wine after the EU proposes American whiskey tax. So I'm going to tell you folks, this whole tariff stuff, it's going to go back and forth for a little while. I know it can be confusing to some, and some of you are going to be freaking out. Oh, our prices are going to go up, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we've already talked about how no one knows how this is all going to play out. It could be good, it could be bad, it could have no effect at all. So I wouldn't get so wrapped up in the back and forth of who's doing what with the tariffs. Just my opinion. Harvard researchers sue the Trump administration for removing their work from public website. Harvard researchers sue the Trump administration for removing their work from public website. Oh, removing their work from a public website. Okay, that's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The way it was written here kind of threw me. Okay. I wonder what the work was. I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Musk visits the National Security Agency. Judge orders some federal agencies to reinstate thousands of probationary workers. Yeah, we're going to get into these judges a little later.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
They-
saw one that was, I mean, they're calling it anti-American, which I do agree that it is, because they're blocking Trump's policies or decisions or whatever that would, I think it was about the immigration thing of, sending them over.
yeah.
Why would you stop that? Like, they're criminals. So you want criminals to stay in this country illegally on top of that, whatever crime they committed? That doesn't make any sense. And you're a judge? So that's weird.
Yeah. So these judges out here, they're
Mhm.
actually exposing who they really are now.
Right.
The public is learning that these judges are corrupt too.
Yep.
That's what you're learning through this whole thing right here.
Yeah.
Nearly 100 protesters arrested after sit-in at Trump Tower in New York City.
Okay.
On Thursday, U.S. stocks tumble, but they did recover like the next day. U.S. team in Moscow for Ukraine talks. U.S. team in Moscow for the Ukrainian talks. Naples struck by a 4.4 magnitude quake. White House pulls Dave Weldon's nomination to the CDC. I don't even know who Dave Weldon is.
Yeah.
Kuwait frees 10 jailed Americans. Suspected arson at the Bayer executive's home being investigated by FBI. More swatting.
Mm-hmm.
Armenian and Azerbaijan finalized draft peace deal to resolve conflict. I didn't even know there was a conflict in Armenia and Azerbaijan. I guess that's how you say the name of that company. I didn't even know there was a conflict over there.
Me neither. Nope.
You don't hear about that conflict because you always got the Ukraine crap coming up. All right, let's go into Friday. Vance discusses Elon Musk and the economy in an NBC News interview. NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 reaches orbit. Pope Francis' condition? Who really knows at this point? Because remember, we talked about him last week.
And the week before that too.
Yeah, they're
nothing.
We've heard nothing about Pope Francis.
We don't know. Yeah.
Senate passes short-term funding bill averting a government shutdown. So there it is. So the Senate did pass the bill. Donald Trump says the U.S. had productive talks with Putin over the Ukrainian war. Texas measles outbreak grows. Trump gives speech at the Justice Department. Senior Islamic State leader killed in Iraq. FDA reportedly raids manufacturer of poppers. Poppers? What are poppers?
No clue.
Type that in, Ruby, please.
Okay.
FDA reportedly raids manufacturer of poppers.
Report.
I don't know what poppers are.
Rate of manufacturing. Poppers. That's so weird.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 4 days ago, FDA reportedly raids manufacturer of poppers, an increasingly popular party drug.
Oh, okay. Okay. So the Federal Drug Administration raided a manufacturer of that type of drug. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Department of Education reinstates fired employees. So they reinstate. I think there was a judge that came in and said that they couldn't do it or something. But on Tuesday, they laid off nearly 50% of its workforce, and then 2 to 3 days later, they reinstate fired employees. That's going to be a seesaw story there.
Yeah, and the only reason why I support that is because I support the shrinking of the federal government. I want the states to have more power than the federal government. So it's not about being dismissive or insensitive to people's jobs, but the federal government has grown so big that they feel as if they are essential workers in the federal government when you're really not. These are all made up departments, made up positions that you hold. The title you hold is nothing but something that they made up. It's supposed to be the states that have this power, not the federal government. So that's why I'm in support of that and the shrinkage of government.
Yeah. And I bet you if you ask a lot of people without even bringing this particular subject into, are you for more government or less government?
Right.
And I think most people that have some common sense would say we want less government. Okay. So what does that entail? What do you have to do to get the less government? You got to cut programs. You got to cut departments. And yeah, people are going to lose it. But hey, you know, Biden said they can learn to code.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Biden said. Audio of 911 call released in Idaho student murders case. Injunction lifted on Trump executive order slashing federal DEI support. So the courts put an injunction to try to stop him, and then they just lifted it. So
it went through.
It's going through. Yeah, went through.
Okay, good.
All right. Weekend of March 15th. This is the last one. Yeah. U.S. strikes took out multiple Houthi leaders. All right. So that's actually a good thing because for those that don't know, the Houthis are a terrorist organization backed by Iran that are operating in Yemen. And they are very close to the Red Sea, the Strait of Hormuz. I think it's the Strait. I know it's the Red Sea and the Strait of. I think it's Strait of Hormuz. But they are very important shipping lanes. And so shipping containers from many different countries, including the U.S., and we also had a Navy warship where these Houthis have been firing their little rockets at these ships. And they have been conducting piracy and trying to take over a lot of these shipping ships, cargo ships. So there's that. So that needs to stop. So Trump is taking care of that. At least 39 dead after tornadoes, wildfires, and dust storms wreak havoc across multiple U.S. states. I'm sure you all have seen the videos on the reels and all over the place how bad those storms were. Trump dismantles Voice of America with executive order. That's good. That's good. I like that. Trump invokes 1798 Alien Enemies Act, orders deportation of Venezuela gang members.
Yep, I saw that one.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, I think there's a clip of what's his name. I always forget that guy's name. Who was the guy who's at the border?
The what?
Bald guy. The bald guy who.
Tom Holmes.
Yes, him. There was a clip of him talking about that right here. It's a few second clip, and I'm sure you've seen this, but I wanted to show everybody this mic drop that he gave.
I love this dude.
Those who claim you're using a 200-year-old law to circumvent due process.
An old law? Not as old as Constitution. We still pay attention to that, don't we?
Oh shit! Love it. Play it again. Play it again. I love that. Do it again.
Yep. Okay. So this is when a reporter was asking him about that law from 17. What was the year?
1798.
1798. That is an old law, and then that's what he says.
You say to those who claim you're using a 200-year-old law to circumvent due process.
An old law? Not as old as Constitution. We still pay attention to that, don't we?
Come on. Sicker than your average. Pop a twist cabbage on.
I had not seen that yet. That was great.
Oh yeah, my algorithm is hilarious like that, with thousands of memes and edits that I love to bring here and show you, because when I saw that, I was like, exactly what you mean an old law, as if we're not supposed to listen to it or enforce it just because it was made so long ago. Like exactly what he said. The Constitution is 200 plus years old, but that's the law of the land.
Yeah. So that was 1791. Yeah. 1791. It was right. So this was in 1798. So, I think to go along with it, I had something else kind of funny too. I think I put it on my Facebook page last night.
Facebook.
Yeah, on my
Okay.
Facebook page. It's a little song.
All
And
right, everybody, we're gonna go to Jim's Facebook page.
yeah, have fun with that. Okay.
Okay,
So
let's
just,
see.
yeah, just start scrolling. That's not it. That's funny though. Not that. That's not it. No. Where is it at? We'll go back to that one. Oh, that's our Jeep.
I know, I love it.
What is that? What is that one?
That is it's a post about ex-cult crew and friends.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, just scroll on.
Keep going.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just put it over on my. Okay, so it's not apparently there. Might be on my Twitter. It might be on my Twitter feed.
Twitter. Okay. Let's see Jimmy's Twitter page, everybody. Okay.
It's kind of funny. It's only been within the last day I posted it. So.
Okay.
See this? No, that's not it.
Politician flips out. Okay, keep going.
No, that was good.
Oh, I want to play this one too. I
Yeah.
didn't watch it. The Great Awakening. Oh, that's a good video. We're gonna play that later.
That's a good one too. Yeah. That's not it. No, that's not it. Ooh, I think that's it. Is that it?
Yep.
That might be it. Yeah, play that.
Okay, I saw this one too. Okay, let's play it.
Closing time.
Yeah.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I know you want to take me home.
Yeah, that was a good one.
So guys, I know who I want to take me home, and it has Border Patrol at the bottom.
And that's something that we would do, like my generation of edits and memes. That is so us.
Yeah. So that was great. Okay, so let's move on for the weekend. Trump administration ignores judge's order to turn deportation planes around.
Mm-hmm.
So these local judges and everything, you can look into the law and everything. They have no authority over the executive branch in that regard. So
there you go.
That's a true statement. You can look it up.
Mm-hmm.
15 detained after North Macedonian nightclub fire kills 59 in Kukani. Didn't hear about that.
Yeah, what?
Yeah. So Mississippi hit with a tornado and an earthquake just miles apart. Influencer who snatched baby wombat from its mom issues an apology.
Oh, I saw that.
I have not seen that.
I saw the video. Yeah, she goes and I guess she's there on vacation in Australia, an American young woman, and she goes into the grass, like from the street, and she grabs the baby animal. And then the mom starts running out like, that's my baby. Hello. And it does look bad. Like the optics are horrible because it's like, what are you doing touching a wild animal baby? And the mom's right there, that's just crazy. But she said she was, in her defense, she said she was helping the animal. I don't believe that. And then I was watching the clips of like Australian politicians saying like how crazy like it was and how disturbing. Like they really took offense. Like that was huge in Australia. Very offensive to do that. So I totally get that.
Well, it's kind of like in the area that I live in. We have a lot of deer around here. And during the spring, during the fall time, we'll have baby fawns running around. And there are people out here that will try and go and get the babies just so that they can raise them. Oh, wow. That's wrong. Leave the baby with its mama. Okay. Right. So, yeah. So my neighbor, she's a big animal lover. She talks about that all the time. Some of these people around here. Yeah. Gene Hackman's children not named in the actor's $80 million will.
Oh wow. Oh my
And,
goodness. We've seen that a couple of times. I think Jackie Chan did the exact same thing.
yep,
A few actors have done that. And the memes are hilarious when they talk about how like boomers do that to their grandchildren. And I'm like, it sounds horrible, right? But I mean, they worked for it. You know what I'm saying? They worked for it, they earned it. That doesn't necessarily mean you're just gonna inherit that or
exactly.
squander it when if you do get it. And I think that's what they're afraid of is that these younger generations don't understand what hard work really is. They don't have a work ethic like the past generations have had. So why if you haven't proved yourself, in another sense, then don't be surprised when they take an inheritance like that away.
Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't give my money to anybody that's going to waste it or didn't work for it. All right, so the last thing, Pope Francis, seen for
Uh-oh.
the first time since going to the hospital. That's it on the
Wow.
phone. We have no idea what's going on with that dude.
Yeah, no. And I
So,
did see that picture that you talked about 2 weeks ago, and I do think it was AI because they had him in the hospital in his garments.
yeah,
And it's like he would not be wearing his garments in a hospital bed. Like,
yeah,
stop it.
yeah. So AI is out of control. So
Yeah.
that is your news blast, folks. So
Awesome.
I
I'm
hope you
gonna
guys
post the
found
link.
something that you're gonna. Hope you found something that you can go look up and do some more research on. I gotta turn my heater on a little bit. It's a little chilly.
Yes. Okay, everybody. So while I post the link and start having people, join the stage, now is the time to do it. You have about a minute. And I have a funny video while while we set up the next segment of the show. I gathered these funny little videos to like cleanse our palate and go on to the next subject. So this is a really funny video, but I love it. This is culture. We'll be we'll be right back.
Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
Oh my God, I saw this.
Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce.
Oh my God.
Get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings. Biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the butter spread. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the butter spread. The butter spread all on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my mac and cheese. Cause when you're at KFC, you got that special sauce to stir my curiosity. Just give me a 5-piece meal. Oh, what a deal. A big old box, it's all for me. You know I'll take coleslaw on the side. I could tell you wanted to try the potato wedges.
What the hell? Oh God. What the hell, Ruby? Why?
Oh, I love it. I just want to give you guys a minute to join the stage.
Oh, that
Link
was,
is in the chat.
that was
I'm
hilarious.
texting Tony. If Tony wants to join, if you guys want to join. I love finding things like that. And I cry laughing to these things. This is what really cracks me up. And it also like resets my mind a little bit, like
Well,
that right. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
my brother sent me something today that was freaking hilarious, and I was like, "No, no, no! Make it stop now!" For those that don't know, I like rock music. I've been to rock festivals and things like that. But there's a song by Limp Bizkit that I don't know if you know. Do you know Limp Bizkit?
No.
Okay, So there's a song that says, it's just one of those days where I don't want to wake up. Everybody sucks. I really don't know why, but I want to justify ripping someone's head off. Because that's the song. It's an angry song. It's great. I love it. But what my brother sent me was the same song and the lyrics set to like a 1940s cabaret style. And I was like, oh, no. It sounded, I have to send it to you. It sounded so bad, but it was funny. It was funny.
Yep. Okay. So I have some starred comments from when you were talking about the news blast. So I just want to address some of them really quickly. Hello to Del Rio Love. She's asking me if I trimmed my wig. No, I did not trim it. This is how it came. And it fits really nice. So thank you, Del Rio. Doreen. Thank you, Doreen. Now, these are some old comments from the username Live Forever. And I don't know if you're still with us in the chat, but I think this is interesting. She says, this has become some far-right flag-flying YouTube. On a serious note, Ruby, you are easily misled. I say that with love. You are all over the place. You went from JW to this. I actually appreciate a comment like this, and I speak to King Tony about this as a lot, which is why I put a new description. So if anybody is interested in reading it, I have a lot of information on there because I always kind of feel like people are expecting something from me, or if they probably held me up to a pedestal, or if they thought something of whatever it may be, whatever you assumed was going to happen or assumed of who I am, throw it out the window right now. We always talk about things off the jump. This is live. This is uncensored. I am all over the place, but that's a good thing because I am still exploring things. My mind is wide open and open for different perspectives. So in my opinion, that's a good thing.
I think what gets me with that comment, because I hear it all the time, do the same people who make that comment say that to the people that support left-leaning ideology?
Good point, because in my cases, no, they do not. They praise it, they applaud it, they say, wow, you're doing the right thing, as if there's a right and wrong to politics.
Exactly.
Or as if you have a wrong opinion or a right opinion about something that can be open. There's a spectrum of opinions that you can have on everything. It doesn't necessarily have to be right or wrong.
And here's the thing. If you don't like what we're talking about, there's a little X button up here. You can just hit that. We don't care. We're doing this for the ones that actually want to listen to us and hear what we have to say, because maybe we'll say something that they didn't think about before.
Right. Before we go on to our next guests, this username also says, Ruby, something is really wrong here. You went from door to door to this. This is nuts. Well, if I were a good Jehovah's Witness, I wouldn't be here right now. If I fit to the mold, if I did whatever people told me, if I had all the right answers, I would be the perfect Jehovah's Witness and I would have never been shunned. I would have never been kicked out. But I wasn't. I asked questions. I pushed the narrative. I questioned everything, especially authority figures like our parents, especially JW fanatical ones like my mom. So this is not really that much nuttier than leaving a cult and losing your friends and family overnight. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing could top that for me. So this is just like child's play compared to what we've been through.
Oh, yeah. This would be a good time to play one of those videos about questioning everything, in my opinion.
Oh, like the Great Awakening video? Would you like me to play that one?
There was two I sent you, right? Yeah, that one was pretty good. It was the one that had said question everything. There were two back to back I sent you. They're both good.
Okay, let me see. You sent it to me on X?
On your DMs.
In my DMs, okay.
I slid into your DMs.
Yeah, you sent me the Great Awakening. Everything we have been taught is a lie. And then one about Alex Jones. And then a Facebook video.
All right, play the Great. Play the Great Awakening one, yeah.
Yeah, I love this. I love this video, so I'm gonna play it for everybody.
And then, yeah.
Everything you need to know about reality in 3 minutes. What if I told you that everything you've ever been taught about reality is a lie? That history has been rewritten, your beliefs have been programmed, and the world you see around you is just a controlled illusion. Right now, humanity is waking up, but not everyone will make it. The Great Awakening isn't just a trend, it's not a movement. It's the collapse of the illusion that's been placed over humanity for centuries. For as long as we've existed, a hidden group of elites, those who control governments, media, and industries, have worked in the shadows to keep us asleep. They've fed us a false version of history, manipulated our perception of time, and engineered a system designed to keep us too distracted, too divided, and too exhausted to ever question the reality around us. But the cracks are forming, the truth is seeping through. People are asking questions that were once forbidden. And once you see, you can't unsee. Everything in this world is designed to control your mind and energy. The education system teaches you what to think, not how to think. The media decides what's true and what isn't, silencing anything that doesn't fit their agenda. Entertainment and social media keep you locked in endless distraction loops, preventing critical thought. Big pharma and the food industry keep you physically sick, draining your life force so you never reach your full potential. The financial system keeps you trapped in a cycle of survival, never allowing true freedom. It's not about bad luck or coincidence. The system was built this way on purpose. But here's the truth they don't want you to realize. You were never meant to be weak. You were never meant to be a slave to the system. And the moment you break free from it, they lose their power. So why is this happening now? Why are so many people waking up? Because we are entering a new era of consciousness. The energy on this planet is shifting. The veil is lifting. For centuries, the world has been controlled through low-frequency manipulation, fear, division, and material obsession. But we are now moving into a new phase, one of awareness, higher frequency, and spiritual awakening. Ancient civilizations knew about this cycle. They understood that every few thousand years, humanity undergoes a massive shift in consciousness, ascending to a new level of awareness. And we are in the middle of that shift right now. This is why you're seeing more people questioning the mainstream narrative, suppressed knowledge coming to light, ancient truths about energy, consciousness, and reality being rediscovered, institutions scrambling to censor, divide, and distract before it's too late. They cannot stop this awakening, but they can make sure you're not a part of it. If you're hearing this message, it means you were meant to wake up. But waking up is only the first step. You need to take action. Here's what you must do to free yourself from the system. Question everything. Stop blindly believing authority. Do your own research. The truth is hidden in plain sight. Detach from the fear matrix. Fear is their weapon. Do not let it control you. Turn off the news. Focus on knowledge, not fear. Raise your frequency. Your thoughts, emotions, and energy create your reality. Meditate, eat high vibration foods, and protect your energy. Unplug from the system. Start reducing dependency on their institutions. Learn self-sufficiency, financial independence, and holistic health. Connect with like-minded people. The more we unite, the harder it is for them to control us. Find communities that are dedicated to uncovering and spreading the truth. This isn't just about you. This is about humanity as a whole. The more people wake up, the faster their system collapses. Right now, you have two choices. Ignore this message, go back to your normal life and stay in the illusion. Or wake up, take control of your mind and energy, and free yourself from the system forever. The choice is yours. But remember, once you wake up, you can't go back to sleep. If you're ready to take this knowledge even deeper and break free from the matrix, join the community. I'll share what I can here, but inside we go much further.
Exactly right.
So that's what we're doing here on this channel. We are taking action and trying to share information with folks to get them to start questioning things.
Mm-hmm.
How bad is that?
Right. Well, that would be my response to Live Forever. I want to welcome to the stage Carlos and King Tony. Welcome, guys. When you're ready, just unmute yourself and give us your thoughts.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Hey, Jimmy. Hey, Carlos.
Good evening.
Oh,
Hey.
you could take the floor, Carlos.
Okay, thank you, King Tony. That's very masculine of you. Divine masculinity.
I love
you're
him.
welcome.
I love him. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
If he's divine masculinity, then I'm pagan femininity. No, just kidding, just kidding. Hey, Jimmy, great news. I just wanted to say that I disagree with one point of Carlos. It was a great show you guys had at the beginning, intro. I loved it. I just want to disagree on one thing. So I have to give the Republican perspective, the Jehovah's Witness Republican perspective. Let me just make my sales pitch. In there, he said, I'm not this, I'm not right, I'm not left, I'm not red, I'm not blue, I'm not Democrat, I'm just MAGA or whatever. And therein lies the problem. A lot of people are embarrassed to be American. A lot of people are embarrassed to fly the red, white, and blue. I've always believed that if you're in the middle of the road, you're going to get run over. I've always believed that. I've always believed that if you're in the middle of the road, you're going to get run over. I've always believed that. If you're in the middle of the road, you're going to get run over. I've always believed that. 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 I've always believed that And I think you have to pick a side. For example, today we are witnesses to the greatest transparency, no matter if you hate Donald Trump or what. I wish my dad was alive. When I was a baby and my dad would come home drunk from the Eagles, he would sit me on my lap. My mom would go to the Kingdom Hall, and me and Gilbert would come, and she'd go to bed, guys, your dad's going to come drunk. And then my dad would come, and he'd give his own church, and he'd sit us on the lap. And I remember one of the things he talked about. He used to tell me that when they shot JFK, that a lot of people think that our republic died. Now, he didn't use those words. He used harder words. He believed our country ended when they shot JFK. But I never believed my dad. I loved my dad, but I never quit on the American dream. I think until I get a bullet inside me, then I'll quit.
Right.
But I will never quit on the American dream. I'll be like those Americans who were picking up the flag. Was it in Fort Sumter when the British were bombing it? Oh, say, can you see, is the flag still there? Well, it was on top of the Americans that were picking up the flag. But today, what we're witnessing is a Republican president is being the most transparent than in the history of my life. In my lifetime, I had never seen this happen. He's relieved 80,000 pages. We're seeing stuff that's going to shake us to the core. It's scary. I just read like 2 or 3 pages, and I'm already scared. This is transformational. This is huge. So what happens is I know we have deep state actors. We have people who hate the country since its founding. Yes, I understand. But we, like Reagan and Trump and Eisenhower and Barry Goldwater, we have to fight because it's a two-party system. It doesn't mean that I like all the Republicans and they don't even like me. And we all hate each other. It's like being a Jehovah's Witness. The elders don't like each other, but they're all part of a group. So you have to wrestle control of the party. And that's what's happened. And in this two-party system, that's how we get things done, like it or not. It doesn't mean we're in our heart Republicans. No, it's just the tool we use to get a job done. And that was the only thing that the only caveat to Carlos's comment. And I'm not disagreeing with him at all. I'm not disagreeing. It was just a little caveat that I hear a lot of people quitting on the Republican Party when it doesn't go your way. And that's true. It's because our side's getting kicked. So we have to go out to the football field and kick some ass. And that's what we're doing right now.
Okay, great point. Thank you, Jesse, for that. King Tony, you can go ahead and mute yourself and give us your viewpoint. Or if you want to mention anything, go right ahead.
Hold on 1 second, because someone's trying to call me, and I'm trying not to. Hold on.
You're trying to ignore it.
While she does that, I want to bring up something that I heard today. You know, following what Jesse was saying about transparency, there's been a lot of talk about the auto pen and the auto pen actually being used to sign Joe Biden's name to executive orders and pardons and different things like this. All right. Yeah. So the auto pen, okay, from what I understand, and somebody can look it up, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know when it came into existence, but I did know that Obama was using the auto pen as well. And when it comes to executive orders, the documentation is there that sets the rules on how and when you can use an auto pen for like executive orders. There has to be some written statement from the president or some documentation that is available by FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, that can prove that the president said, yes, I am approving the use of this auto pen on this certain executive order. All right. If that documentation is not there, and and there was no written thing from the president to say, yes, please use this, then that means that if the auto pen was used without that approval, it means that whatever that auto pen signed is null and void. And so if we look at transparency, there were a lot of executive orders that we didn't see Biden sign at all. Did anybody see him physically sign any pardon papers? No. But what did Trump do the very first night is he came out on stage in
Yeah.
front of 20,000 people and sat there, and everybody saw him sign it.
Yes.
Every executive order that Trump has signed so far has been done in front of a camera. Everyone. You can't say that about Biden and Obama and a few others.
Hey,
Right.
I forgot to mention one thing that supports what Jimmy just said. And Jimmy, but from our biblical background, being ex-Jehovah's Witness, I wanted to share a text with you, verse John 4, 1. It says, "Beloved," this is St. John speaking. He says, "Do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits, whether they are of God, because many false prophets have gone out into the world." And the Jehovah's Witnesses, do you remember when we were witnessing? We never used this Bible verse. This helped me leave the Jehovah's Witness, because what it did, it gave me courage to test everything that you were talking about. Test everything, question everything. We have to have that. But when we were Jehovah's Witness, we weren't allowed to question anything, nothing. And in the Bible, the teaching of the apostle that was intimately friends with Jesus Christ, he's teaching us here to question everything.
Yep.
Yeah, the auto pen, everything that you're saying. That video you just played right now about the 3 minutes, how we've been lied to about. Well, it's good. It's healthy to question everything. You don't just go along like sheep to slaughter. Yeah.
With everything going on in the world, I just don't see how people can just not question stuff. I mean, I get it. I mean, ignorance is bliss. And people haven't grown to the point to where they've honed in on their critical thinking skills. That is a true statement. I just don't see how people can't see stuff. I just don't get it. But I will say that the veil is slowly lifting on some of these folks, because my wife came home yesterday. And was it today? Well, she came home both days, but I think it was tonight. She was telling me that there was a lady that she works with. This lady is 6'1", her husband's 6'6". They work out all the time. And she is of the Democratic persuasion. However, they got to talking about the whole pronoun thing. And this lady, who is a left-leaning Democrat, whatever, said it drives her crazy that is even an issue. She's like, why? This doesn't make any sense. Why do we have to do this? All right. Then she said another problem she was having is she's 6'1". So when she was younger, she was in girls' sports. And she is furious that we're even having a discussion about men and women's sports. So when we say that it's not until people reach the precipice of destruction until they have the will to change, everybody reaches a different precipice. There's going to be something that wakes them up. So for this lady that my wife works with, maybe that veil is lifting, because she's like, okay, well, this pronoun crap doesn't make sense. This men and women's sports doesn't make sense. I wonder what else doesn't make sense. And then it would cause her to maybe start her journey to questioning everything.
Yeah.
Good point.
Hey, Ruby, can I mention something about the auto pen that Jimmy brought up? Feeding off that. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but this is the way I see it. And I'm not a lawyer, so it's going to go to the lawyers. It's going to go to the judges and the law. But since the beginning, we always said, put your John Hancock here, or sign your life away, or in the beginning was the Word. There's something unique about the Word that is life. The Word became flesh. Of all the words in the language of vocabulary man, God uses the word to describe the creator of all things, his son, Christ Jesus. We sign things in a living document. We sometimes say that's a living document. To me, auto pen denotes a death or a robotic, artificial intelligence. But a signature denotes someone's word, someone's life force. I believe that the signature is a living document, because you're testifying, you're giving testimony of yourself, and you're putting down your name, you're John Hancock. You're signing your life away. Where auto pen, just the name auto pen denotes that there's no humanity. It's almost a robotic.
Mm-hmm.
a camouflage system or a disguised system. So this is going to be a great fight in the courts. This is going to be a great fight in the
Oh,
courts.
it's definitely going to go. It's going to go up to the Supreme Court. But I was thinking of another example. You take. I'm a baseball. I like baseball. Unfortunately, there's some issues with that as well. But if you look at the memorabilia of a baseball,
Okay.
which fetches more money? A personally signed baseball by, let's just say, Chipper Jones, or a ball that has Chipper Jones' stamp on it, his name stamped on it.
A true signature.
Which ball more a true signature? Yes.
Right. But remember, Jesse, was it last week you were talking about how the world is going to move forward, whether we like it or not, with the tech and the AI and things like that. I think anything automatic is that tech moving forward. So what happens if we move so much forward that the auto pen is something that's normal?
I think we saw the answer in the streets of Serbia this week.
When
they used a live cannon at them, a sound cannon. So this technology is going to move forward. Now, whether we have dominion of this power or our enemies have dominion over this power, when we have dominion, we as Americans believe that we are honorable. We believe, well, some of us do, that we are a good society, that we will get this artificial and we will bring it to heal. And we believe that in the wrong hands, it could be a destructive force of nature. So we must have dominion over it. And therefore, we must have this technology. It is a matter of life or death.
You know what? The guy that played the 3-minute video, he said how did he word it? A rediscovery of technologies that have existed before. Who's to say that the AI, all this wasn't used before in our world?
I've seen those theories that this technology has been used before, and that's how the pyramids were built. Like people go as far as to say things like that, or like the architecture in eastern part of the world, how a man could have not made that with just a chipper and a hammer or something like that.
Yeah.
And they believe that. I've seen those types of theories.
Yeah. So, I mean, who's this, what kind of technology existed before? We already know that our history is full of lies, and that, I mean, they've gotten rid of, civilizations. They've buried the existence of some civilizations. So, even going back into the late 1800s, ether was taught in science, and it wasn't until like 1920 that they took ether off of the periodic table. It was removed from the periodic table. Why?
Yeah, exactly. Like, why would they do that? That's so interesting. I think Tony was really into that. I'll wait for her to come so we could bring this point up again, because she was really into that. And I also know that Empath Lady and Monica are also into that. They did a live stream like us. They did a whole live stream on Monica's channel, and it was really nice to see all of them together talking about that. So if anybody's interested, I'll probably put something in the comment section when we're done with the stream. But that's very interesting, and I never looked into those types of things, like, ever. I just never allowed myself to. Like you were talking before about it, like ignorance is bliss. I was like that. I was very happy, relatively happy that I didn't know things, that I didn't have to get a job, that I just had to stay home and take, even though it was a crappy life that I thought it was, that I was stuck at home with kids and everything. I was secured. I had a roof over my head. I had food. I didn't have to worry about anything. So it was like, okay, I'm good. But then I started realizing that it's not as good as I thought.
And then you have the folks out there that say, oh, there's nothing new under the sun. Excuse me, nothing new under the sun. Okay. So is AI new, or is it nothing new under the sun?
That's a good point.
You know what? I don't think we have an answer. We could talk about it all day, but both sides have great reasoning. But we do know this, is that at the end of the day, if there's nothing new under the sun, we must have possession of it. Look at the drone dogs, for example. Imagine our enemies have one of them drone dogs with machine guns. They
Yeah,
could wipe out
no.
entire cities in one day.
Yeah.
It would have lived. Look at what the Ukrainians are doing to the Russians with drones every day. And so the face of war has changed with the advent of war and artificial intelligence.
Oh yeah.
So you must have
Exactly.
dominion because it is a matter of life. Our children's lives depend on it. To have
Yeah,
it
exactly.
control of this. Yes.
That's what we used to talk about all the time, how America cannot fall. Like, we can't afford that. For what other country? China or Russia or any other major country to become number one? Nah,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
And you know what? This individual right here, Mr. G, he talks about auto sign, DocuSign. And I don't think he understands the essence of our argument. We're not ignorant to say that we don't know what DocuSign is. Of course, we understand that. But our question, what we're saying here is, does it have the force of nature, of law, if you're out of the country and your subordinates use auto sign and you're the president? For example, Speaker Johnson, he came out when Trump became president that he had visited Joe Biden. And he told him about that they were selling natural gas. They had suspended natural gas. And Joe Biden told him, no, I didn't. And he goes, yes, you did. You issued an executive order. And Joe Biden wasn't aware that he issued an executive order. This was spelled out all over the country. And Speaker Mike Johnson talked about it. So the president was not aware of things he was signing. He went back and corrected it for Mike Johnson.
Wow.
He was on the golf course when the pardons for Hunter and them took place, or the J6 committee. He was on the golf course when those signings took place with the auto pen.
If you sign somebody's name, there's a word for it. It's forgery.
Yes.
And what have you seen me say before on my Facebook page? It's fraud. And fraud, and this is what I say all the time. Those who follow me know I say it. Fraud vitiates everything.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
So,
that's really dangerous. Yeah.
So that's why Trump came out and said, oh, these pardons are null and void and blah, 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 whatever else he said. And the left, of course, loses their damn minds. Oh, you can't do that, blah, blah, without looking into why he said that.
Right. So, I mean, not to change the subject, but I have some other comments that are starred here from a few minutes back. They 587 Maverick wanted me to ask you if the mural is still on the wall at the Denver airport, if you knew anything about that.
I don't know anything about that. I haven't heard anything being so that there was remodeling going on there. I don't know. I'll have to put some feelers out. Anybody been to the Denver airport lately?
Yeah, let us know in the comments.
Yeah.
'Cause I have no clue about that either.
I don't know.
And the next comment was from Wild Wall to me asking, did I see the Trump protest down in Tampa a week or so ago? That was really telling about how intolerant and combative some in the left party can be just for someone wearing a MAGA hat. That sounds so 2019, 2018 that I don't know anything about that. So that is very interesting. And I do follow like Tampa News and things like that. So that's really interesting. No, I have not seen that. Wild.
Well, and kind of in relation to that, what have we seen them doing with Tesla vehicles? They've been setting them on fire all over the place.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well,
it's
no,
so
it does.
Stupid.
That's classic Marxism. That's
classic
classic Marxism.
That's exactly what it is.
To just burn stuff just because you disagree with it?
Yeah, because out of chaos, they get
go back to the 2020 riots.
Go back to 1917. Look, in 1914, we had a thing called World War I. The Germans were fighting in two fronts. They were fighting in the Russian front and they were fighting in the Western front, all quiet on the Western front. What did they do to quiet the Eastern front? They put this train headed to St. Petersburg, Russia, with Vladimir Ilyich Lenin in it. And he caused a revolution. He knew there was turmoil in Russia. So the whole Eastern front of Germany was free so that they could fight the Western front. So out of chaos, they could create control. So the Marxists know, like George Soros, if they fund people to create chaos, that's how they bring about downfall. And then they're left to govern.
Yep.
Yeah. And didn't you see that it's all astroturf? The left is astroturf. for example, when you see the riots, these people are getting paid. They're professional.
Yes.
But since Doji is coming up, the money is drying up and you get less protesters.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
All Barack Obama, Acorn, they're all getting paid for it.
Yep.
Even when you were a Jehovah's Witness, think about it. Was there some Jehovah's Witnesses that were census readers, census takers? Try to remember. All those
I think
people
my
that did
mom
those,
did it one time.
I think there were a couple.
all those people that do those government jobs, they all go to, they know where to get those government things. Or those people who are all leftist policies, they know how to get those jobs and get paid for protesting, for anarchy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
There's a lot of money in poverty.
Wow.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. These people are getting paid. 100%.
Yeah, I think I'm still learning about Marxism. I mean, I've read the communist the book he authored, Karl Marx, something like that. I read the book, like the little pamphlet at the library, and I was getting some dirty looks, but it was interesting. It was interesting to me how I was trying to understand the mindset of this man. And I don't know, maybe it's like my high EQ. It's like I wonder, like, how did this guy grow up, and like his childhood? How did I don't know if it's just like a female thing, but that's what it brings me to. And then you guys know that I'm reading Mein Kampf, Hitler's book. And that was like the chapter 1, how horrible his childhood was, or how he was orphaned, or he was alone, and how he had to fend, or homeless, or starving, or whatever it was. It's like we don't put ourselves in the shoes of these great men or bad men, whatever you want to call them. You don't really understand the context of the world they lived in. It's not the same world that we live in. So it's like I try to put myself in that year. I try to put myself in his country, his time, his everything, so I could understand where they get these ideas from and how far it snowballs into today. Because I'm like, that's not going to work today. Maybe he thought it was going to work back then. Maybe it could have, but I don't think so. Like these are either great ideas or bad ideas. That doesn't mean you try to make it happen in 2025. Like it's just not going to work.
Correct.
But I'm still interested. Like I read everything. You know what I told you? Like I talk to many different people of different backgrounds that actually believe the things that they say. I don't want to talk to, somebody who thinks he knows it all, or, just giving opinions out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I like to talk to people who actually believe these things, so we can question it and be like, well, how do you think that's going to make a difference?
You know what, Ruby? Can I tell you something about the age difference and cultural difference? I'm 56 years old. I don't know how old you are, but so in my generation, I'm 30 years older than you. In my generation, anybody around me, 10 years up, 10 years back, anywhere from 46 to 66, we would never, like, I would never admit that I'm reading Mein Kampf. In our generation, he's as closest as Satan as you can to us. And so when we were in school, we were indoctrinated hard in the Holocaust, hard and vicious. And it was programmed with us every day, and the Cold War. So like I could never, my culture would never accept nothing, not even a grain of sand. I don't know if it's because I'm mentally blocked, but I would never accept anything positive coming from
But here's the thing: aren't we told that that a story has two sides?
Yes, every coin has two sides.
So, are we limiting our knowledge by sticking and believing on just one story?
Yes, but the country song says that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, but is that healthy in helping the mind grow?
No, but we won.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
And that's the thing, is that now people are realizing, I don't think the guys who won were good guys, or that the bad guys were actually bad guys.
No. We were. The good guys won, but we have bad. There's always a bad apple in the bunch. Like when we found that, like there was a miracle in 1776, 1789 in the signing of the Constitution. It was a miracle. We didn't like each other. The founding fathers were like the Jehovah's Witness elders, and they hated each other. So they did a deal. They were like Trump. Let's make a deal. And the deal was the Bill of Rights. It was a miracle. It was a miracle in the Constitution, constitutions. And the same thing happened in World War II. We had a great guy named General Patton, but they killed him after he won the war for us. And so Eisenhower later.
Sticking on the Patton thing, what did Patton say though at the end of the war?
Give me some gasoline. I'll go all the way.
No, what else did he say?
I don't remember.
He actually said after the war was over, I believe we fought on the wrong side.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And then he was then he died in a car accident, car accident like less than 2 weeks later.
Yeah. And
look
everybody else, after fighting all these battles, he dies in a car accident?
Yes. After he said he said, I believe, so you just elevated Patton, but he did say, I believe we fought on the wrong side.
Yeah.
And then he was killed like less than 2 weeks later.
Yes. Wow. But I still see, I love Patton and the history of Patton, but just because he said that doesn't mean he's right. I still believe, I think he was double crossed and he understood it. It's just like Donald Trump. Are we going to quit on the entire United States because we got some crooked and stupid judges? No, the fight goes on. The fight goes on till the day we die. The day we die and we win, let's say we win and we're about to die, there's going to be somebody younger, somebody stronger that's going to step on us and go over us. The fight will always continue.
You know, I was sitting here thinking too, Patton said that, but now let's talk to some people that fought in Vietnam. Let's talk to some people that fought in Iraq and Afghanistan. And there is evidence out there through their interviews that they too, some of these soldiers said too, hey, I don't even know why we were over there fighting. I think we're fighting on the wrong side.
And JFK even said these quotes about him too. And this is all new for me too. I'm still exploring this side of the internet. But even they are talking about JFK here, that he says, as I toured Germany, I began to see Adolf Hitler not as a monster, but rather as a great man. So that was post-war in his diary. And then another quote from JFK says, Hitler would emerge from the hatred that surrounds him now as one of the most significant figures who have ever lived. And just like what Jesse said about Patton, just because he said that doesn't mean that it's true. But when I'm looking at through history and I'm looking at stuff like this and then realizing how they killed JFK too, it starts making a little sense. How when you go against the narrative, they take you out.
Yeah, you start seeing a pattern of that taking place.
My father-in-law, he fought in Vietnam, and he got drafted Yuma High 1966, right out of school. Bust all the Mexicans and the blacks out of town. It didn't matter what shape you were in. You're Mexican or black, you were going to go to Vietnam in Yuma back then. Anyway, so when we took care of him until he died. And I remember one night I was talking to him and I go, Ray, tell me the story about Vietnam. Tell me the story. And he goes, I don't know. What do you want to know? And because he never talked about it. He was afraid of death. So they must have seen very ugly stuff. But I told him, you were there to stop the advancement of communism. In my young naivety, that's what I told him. I told him the line. And he goes, really? Now, this is a man who fought and had his buddies die and everything. And I'm telling him why he fought. And he goes, really? Really? He didn't believe my line. He didn't know why we were fighting over there. What the hell are we fighting for if now the Vietnamese are our trade partners?
Yeah.
Why did we fight?
Exactly. That doesn't make sense to me either. None of it does, which is why I'm anti-war. I don't care what it is. I am so anti-war.
Yeah, Donald Trump said about that. If we're going to send the young men in America to go fight over there in some hill, far off land, I want to put a damn McDonald's on top of that hill. Let's make it ours. If we're going to shed precious American blood and treasure, then let's put a Texaco, a Chevron on it. Let's put, but then to fight for it, die, and then give it back. Exactly. It doesn't make sense.
But that's exactly how I feel about World War II. So we went over there to help them with what? And then to come back and for now, those countries to be unrecognizable by all of these immigration crises. Because it's not just us. dealing with the immigration crisis. It's all over the place, getting
Yep.
out of control. And that's what I have the clip about.
But you know what? You're talking
Mhm.
about philosophy now. Because do you remember when we were Jehovah's Witnesses and we were always studying the Bible in my book of Bible stories, and something that happened in the Genesis account and the Kings account and the Old Testament account, and in the history of Israel, particularly after 1533, before the Common Era, and from the time of Moses, Judges, every 20 years or so, they went through a cycle. Every generation, they went through a cycle where God would send down his judges, clean up the land, and then in the next generation, they would fall into degeneration.
Yeah, always. Yeah.
And it seems like we still do that as human beings. Let's say we clean up the United States and we make America great again. Our grandchildren are going to probably turn it into a pile of shit.
Exactly. It's horrible. But I mean, this is what I wanted to share about Conor McGregor, talking about that, because he said this about Ireland.
What is going on in Ireland is a travesty. Our government is the government of zero action with zero accountability. You know, our money is being spent on overseas issues that has nothing to do with the Irish people. The illegal immigration racket is running ravage on the country. There are rural towns in Ireland that have been overrun in one swoop, that have become a minority in one swoop. So issues need to be addressed. And the 40 million Irish Americans, as I said, need to hear this, because if not, there will be no place to come home and visit. What is going on in Ireland?
Yep. And it's not just Ireland. Like you said before, Ruby. It's happening all over the place. I heard today, I think it's over in Sweden or Switzerland, that the locals have been, the government locals have been telling people, hey, if you're Jewish, if you're gay, if you're a Christian, do not go into that community over there, because it's full of Muslim folks that don't like you, and you will be killed if you go in your own country. That's like the mayor coming to me and saying, Jimmy, you might not want to go to Raleigh. You know, same thing. It's my state, my country. I should be able to go to Raleigh. But because of the immigration problems that all of Europe is having, that's the cause of this.
And then this is a good video that I wanted to share. World War II hero on how he views America today.
Interesting.
The real truth? Yeah. I feel like a foreigner in my own country lots of times, and I don't like it. It makes my heart real heavy. And I just hope we can pull out of this. There's too much Hollywood going on in Washington all the time. The important subjects they don't cover. So the thing is, I hope that I hope all the guys will rally up and we'll go back and straighten it all out.
There you go.
And that's exactly how I feel. Go ahead, Jesse.
The problem with that, if you play it back, he doesn't specify anything. And this is the thing: when you enter the arena of ideas, you don't want to beat around the bush. Like this gentleman, he said the problems we're seeing. Name it, enumerate it.
I wish he would. Let's hear it.
It was June 6th. It was June 6th because it was the D-Day anniversary and the June 6th landing. So I don't know what year it is, but we do know it was in the summer. Most likely it was in the summer of 2024. He should have said, I don't like what I'm doing and I don't agree with Joe Biden. But he leaves the viewer guessing. What the hell, dude? We're all unhappy, but finish your accusation. You don't accuse somebody halfway. He said he's wrong. He's upset with the things going on. What is it? What specifically? But he won't say that it was Joe Biden. And that's who the president was.
Right.
I don't think it has to be. I don't think he had to say anything like that and point out a politician, so to speak. Right. If you just look at the culture of America over the last 20, 25 years, you don't have to pinpoint one thing. Why? Right. Because there's so many. And for anybody that's actually awake and questioning things, that statement that War Hero put out there, you completely understand why he said it.
I disagree.
In my opinion.
I disagree, in my opinion, because we're in the battle of ideas. We're trying to gain position. So anybody could just go out there and just bring negativity. But you bring negativity and you bring a solution in the arena of ideas.
I get it, but how old is the guy? cut him some slack. He's an old guy.
Exactly. And if he were to
You're right.
actually say the truth right there and then, it
No,
would not
Jimmy's
go
right.
well. I don't think
Jimmy's right.
it would come out well.
The guy's probably pushing 100. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta cut him some slack there.
Touche, Jimmy. I stand corrected on that. Yeah. On this specific case, yes.
Yeah, but I feel exactly like him in that clip, because I could even sense the tension that he generalized it without actually saying something. That's how I feel. Is like people are so uncomfortable to actually say the thing that they're alluding to, because that is not acceptable. And he's on
Ruby, let's
TV.
leave
He's
great
being
grandpa
interviewed.
alone. Let's leave great grandpa alone.
I actually feel bad for him. I actually
Yeah.
feel bad
See,
that
I've got, from what I took from his energy field, his aura,
yeah.
he's sad for what he's sad for the way our country is right now.
Yeah, you're right.
That's what I took from that.
Right.
I agree with that. I stand corrected. I agree.
Yep. Me too.
Mhm.
Okay, so we have a little bit of time to go into Thomas Massie. So if anybody was here last week, I really dug into Thomas for his
Hey guys,
stance.
I'm gonna spin out. I'm gonna get out.
Okay.
But thank you
you,
so much for
Jesse.
allowing me in. Thank you, Jimmy, for allowing me a few minutes. Ruby.
Yes,
job, bro.
no problem.
We'll see you later.
Thank you for joining.
Does
Okay,
anybody
so
else want to come on? Somebody else can come on too.
I'll put the banner on. If anybody wants to join, hit that link at the top of my chat, and I will post it again for Jimmy's channel just in case. So if anybody is watching from over
If
there,
you've never been on the show, just go ahead and come on in. We want some new faces in here, so we can't be accused. So we can't be accused of being just an echo chamber.
yeah. Oh, thank you for bringing that up, because I was going to give my last statement about anybody who continues to make like hit videos or talk about us on their channel. That's perfectly fine with me. I would just suggest that if you really wanted to, hop on the stream if you are one of those people who disagree with us, or who have made a video against me, or who have said anything against us or the show or my ideas. This is the whole point, is to discuss those ideas. So if you are brave enough and courageous enough to say that, hit that link and come on the stage, even if you disagree with our positions.
And I want to reference this, but I want to do it in a video form. So Ruby, over on your DMs on Twitter or X,
okay.
I sent you one. I said, "This is funny." I think that's what I said on there.
From Facebook, a video on Facebook?
Yeah, it was a video from Facebook that I sent it to you through your DM on X. This is my response to that.
So gonna make me feel like hell today. No POS gonna take a piss on my parade. I got too much life to live and too few shits to give. Ain't no asshole gonna make me feel like hell today.
Okay, I just wanted to play a few seconds so that I don't get a flag on the song. But yeah,
that's my response
today.
That's my response.
That's why I said what I said earlier, is that I'm me. I'm gonna be me every single day, because I couldn't be me for the first 17 years of my life that I was a Jehovah's Witness. So I had to fake it, and I had to make it until the day I turned 18, and then I could leave the house, or whatever the case was. And I finally escaped, right? The story's history already. So why would I ever censor myself or change myself or put a fake smile for somebody else? I would never do that again in my life.
Yep.
So whatever you thought this was, or thought who I am, throw it out the window, like I said last time, because we come here every Tuesday and we start a whole new rant, a whole new subject. We make corrections if we're wrong.
Yep.
We give constructive criticism, and we keep it pushing. I don't hold grudges either. Like I don't really care about those disagreements, because I'm gonna be me still, whether you're here or not. You know what I'm saying? So So last week we talked about Thomas Massie, and Jimmy came back to me and sent me a screenshot
That
of
was sent to
some.
me from a viewer.
Okay. So yeah, because I was really in supportive of Thomas Massie, saying how he didn't take any money from AIPAC, which is still true. You know, lots of those
Yeah.
things that we said are true, but then there
Mhm.
are also another side to the story. So I thought that we need to revisit Massie and give the other side of the story, that people might feel like, well, this guy is not all innocent. And I understand that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to deny that. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to share my screen with you. This is the screenshot that was sent to me. And it says, did you know that Thomas Massie, and then it gives you some bullet points. So I'm going to read it through. It says, opposed funding for Trump's border wall, supported certifying the 2020 election results on January 6th, voted in favor of raising the debt ceiling, took actions to defend Adam Schiff, publicly backed Ron DeSantis, campaigned on behalf of Mitch McConnell, criticized Devin Nunes, the person who played a key role in uncovering the deep state surveillance of President Trump. And the worst part, some people think he's a patriot. Thomas Massie might just be the most despicable figure in a deep state that's already overflowing with corruption. Now, I don't know who wrote that, but there were some good points that forced me to Google and to look into. And I was even asking my co-pilot, explain this to me. Why would Thomas Massie have this position about this person? Why did he oppose the wall? Why did he do what he did on January 6th? You know what I'm saying? So Jimmy and I were sharing articles back and forth of opinions.
Yep.
About some of his stances. So I just wanted to encourage everybody to do the exact same thing. Because even though somebody does say that about Thomas, at the end of the day, I'm still going to have my opinion on Thomas Massie, as he's one of the only other politicians that are not technically bought and paid for. I think Matt Gaetz is another one. I haven't looked into him, but I do know that he's not funded by any other foreign lobbyist or group or whatever. So in my book, that's the first step that I'm looking at when I'm looking at a politician, is who are they funded by? And if they are not funded by the American people or grassroots donations or campaigns or whatever, then that for me is already a red flag. But that's just me. But I wanted to give this opportunity so that that viewer that sent this to Jimmy can see that I am interested in how other people view politicians, or how do you gauge if a politician is right or wrong, or what stances that they take that you disagree with or agree with. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we should be doing, not just believing one side of a story, like Jimmy said earlier. You're only looking at one side, right? So we did toss that coin and looked at the other side, like, oh, maybe Thomas Massie maybe he was wrong in one of these things. Maybe he had a reason for opposing whatever it was that he opposed, or his little out falling out with Trump recently when that bill was supposed to be passed. And I think you did speak about that in your news hour blast, right? That it went through because you said that they needed
the funding bill.
Yes, the funding
to keep the government open. Yeah. Yeah, it was passed Friday night.
Okay, so you see, it's like even if it did pass, at least he stood up for what he believed is right. He believed in America First values, and he is the representative of whatever district or state that he's from. So is he really wrong for that? I don't think so. I think that that's actually a win for him. But, it whatever you guys feel, let me know in the chat.
That's why sometimes I say you just gotta sit back and watch what these people are doing. You just gotta watch them sometimes.
Right.
Instead of reacting, like I said last week, and I've done that in the last 2 weeks, where I haven't been inundating myself on a daily basis to the extent that I was, to keep up with everything. because it can be exhausting. It will drain your energy, and you'll be arguing with somebody about something on Wednesday, and then on Friday, more information comes out, and you both were wrong. So you wasted all that time arguing with somebody, and what does that solve? Just give it some time, let it play out, and see what happens.
Right. And I think people make too quick of a judgment that,
They
oh,
do.
Trump said this, so he's,
Oh, yeah.
He's what they call it, like he's an op or something. Or when Thomas Macy did what he did, they say, oh, well, he's against Trump, he's anti-Trump, or he's anti this. It's like they make such a quick judgment like that, and it's like, no, this is his job. He's supposed to do this, and he's not supposed to agree with Trump on everything. Just like we would say the same thing if Biden was the president or if anybody else was the president. Just because you're in the same party doesn't mean that you have to agree with everything at the value that he told you, oh, I need your support and we need to stick together. No, you shouldn't feel as if you have to go along with the crowd. No, like for me, no. I still appreciate Thomas Macy for what he did and what he said, and took like America first into his own hands. You know what I'm saying? Like his own policies, his own politics dictated his vote, his position. And to me, that's a real person in government that's not controlled or bought in terms of like, well, even though he feels this way, he would have to vote otherwise. You know what I'm saying? Like that to me feels like a harassment. Like you're coercing his vote because you paid, or you like, no. Like, do you remember when AOC had to vote for something in her district, and she was saying, like, she was voicing out her disapproval, but then when it was time to vote, she looked like she was forced to vote, and then she actually said that, like, I had to vote this way because this is what my constituents, like, she tried to play it off like she had to do this because that's her constituents.
And that's been going on for a long time, especially within the Republican Party. You know, you have all these rhinos that will publicly come out and condemn something that supports a deep state left ideology. They'll come out and bitch about it, but then when the actual time comes for them to vote, then they cave and they support what they were railing against. Yeah, that's cowardness right there. That's weakness.
Yes, and I don't understand that. I truly don't understand that. And that's what makes me think, well, you must be bought by somebody, or somebody must have a gun in the back of your head or something, because you are the person in office. You need to do what's best for America or your district or your people, you know, like narrow it down if you want to, but why are you still voting against something that deep down inside you know is wrong or goes against your own values? I don't get it.
You know, if I was a congressman or a senator, I would actually put out a poll. You know, if there was something up to vote on or whatever, I would literally go to my district and run a district poll. What do you folks want me to do? What do you think would be the best thing to do here?
Yeah.
And open it up to them.
Yeah.
And then whatever, you know, if you got a majority vote, hey, okay, the majority of my constituents, 73%, want me to vote yes on this. And then think about how much pressure that would take off of you as a congressman or senator. You can say, hey, I ran a poll and this is what everybody in my district said.
Right.
Suck on
it. I mean, yeah, that's your job. You know what I'm saying?
That would be great.
Yeah, like I don't get it.
But has anybody ever taken a poll like that from their representative? Probably not.
Not until recently, when Elon did a poll. Well, I know he's not a politician or like an elected official, but he did something like that on X a few times.
Yeah, he does that quite a bit. He does that quite a bit.
And I like that. And I think Donald had a poll on one of his posts recently too, that one of his aides, like, you know, social media people handle his accounts.
Trump has done some different polls as well.
Yeah. So it's interactive, and I like that. I want to feel involved. I want to feel like I'm heard. I want to feel like I'm counted in and that I'm actually being listened to. And that's why I love the Operation Spotlight with the letter, because it's like there's a chance that somebody might read it, or he might see that envelope and be like, what's that? Let me read. Let me open that. You know
You
what I'm
never
saying?
know.
Like,
You
exactly.
never
You
know.
never
You never
know.
know.
So I love that. Okay, so I wanted to show you a funny clip before we talk about the France situation, because I want to move on to that. It's pretty funny.
Can I just get a yeah, can I just get a Wazon? One Wazon.
I saw this earlier.
I think I'm just gonna get a Wazon too, please. Just the two
I love it.
Wazon. Pretty good Wazon. This is definitely one of the better Wazons that I've had.
Oh, hey guys, what do you got there?
Oh, just some Wazons.
Wazons. Nice.
Wazon.
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 Wazon. Wazon.
Yeah. I know that song.
No way, yo. When I saw that, I was on the floor. I was like, I love the internet for this. I love it.
You know,
when things go down. Yep, go ahead.
you know what I thought of when I saw that? I thought they were doing the play on the whole "What's up?" stuff that would happen, like what in the early 2000s. What's up?
Yeah.
That's what that reminded me of.
Oh my goodness. I love that. I love it.
That's funny.
So then, okay, so I wanted to just talk about the French thing for a minute after I saw that.
Okay.
Because this politician is talking about the Statue of Liberty, right? It's so stupid at this point. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a waste of time. But people are gonna do whatever it is to either go viral or say something that people get riled. He accomplished it. You know, I gotta give it to him. He accomplished whatever he wanted to, because they got a bunch of Americans breaking the internet about the Statue of Liberty. So this was what the press secretary said.
Different. There is now a member of the European Parliament from France who does not think the U.S. represents the values of the Statue of Liberty anymore. They want the Statue of Liberty back. So is President Trump going to send the Statue of Liberty back to France?
Absolutely not. And my advice to that unnamed low-level French politician would be to remind them that it's only because of the United States of America that the French are not speaking German right now. So they should be very grateful to our great country.
I mean, that's the truth, right?
And I think I sent you a video on that too, a little clip on your DM. I think it was the last one I sent you.
The last one? Okay, I think.
Yeah. It has to do with this. It was
yeah. Okay, let's see. From Facebook, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's a black guy and a big.
Screw it.
Yeah,
Here comes the fuckery squared, fuckery cubed.
This was supposed to be the original version of the Statue of Liberty to signify the abolishment of slavery.
Okay, so you got your diploma in a cereal box. If you don't know shit, it's 100% okay to shut the fuck up. Just don't say shit. You will stay out of trouble. You will stay out of shit like this. People have been tagging me in this shit all day long. I don't know how I feel about this type of shit.
Was that it?
Thought I was gonna go.
And Italy know what's going on.
Italy don't know shit either. France gave us the damn Statue of Liberty. I don't understand. If you want a black Statue of Liberty that damn bad, go out and get you a figurine and paint that bitch. I looked it up. That black statue is nowhere even close. And there's no evidence pointing to that shit. It's a bunch of speculation, just a bunch of rumors, a bunch of he said, she said. Oh, I'm supposed to believe it because some black dude said it? It even says right here, there's no evidence that they intended it for it to be a black woman. This is why I don't like the blackwashing of all these fucking characters and shit for history and Disney and all that shit. Because when you get down to the nitty gritty, that shit makes no fucking sense at all. Matter of fact, I'm doing this shit. I don't know who Buddy is that made that video, but tell him to shut the.
The Statue of Liberty.
Oh my goodness. I actually have another funny clip like that. From New Yorker.
Okay.
So hold on, let me I have to share my screen again. Okay, hold on. And this is from Instagram. Okay, let's see.
Gotta do with this? Why we involved? I'm not confused, son. Y'all gonna have to come and take it. I'm sorry. How y'all gonna repo the Statue of Liberty? She probably tired of being here anyways, but she not going to y'all. Let me go see it at least once before y'all take it. Come on. Where y'all gonna put it? Next to the Eiffel Tower? Now I see why they say the French people mad rude, because how you gonna give us a gift and take it back? Tu ta loco? Y'all think y'all did something? Trump was gonna deport it anyways. And they talking about apparently you despise it. Y'all a few decades late. We had a local over there climbing it. They gonna try and take French fries from us next. And they gonna take French toast, that French vanilla, and then we gonna have French nothing, yo. Yo, but what you gotta do with this? Why we involved? I'm not.
Okay. And I haven't even looked in the comments yet because I already know that it's probably there. But this whole thing with the Statue of Liberty of France is just crazy. But I do know that there's going to be somebody that's going to say, oh, don't you know that the Statue of Liberty is actually Lucifer? And it was I'm sure it's already been said in there. That's not what we're talking about here, what it actually symbolizes, which is actually kind of bad. But it's just this whole thing with France and that's just kind of funny that that's happening.
Right.
Now, I will say this on one of there was how many sites were there? Oh God, because we've shown it before. The different sites that would be maybe taken out. What they call them, the deep state, the satanic sites of the deep state.
Yep.
Statue of Liberty was on that list.
Right. And I remember showing a clip about a theory about that too. And you said you haven't seen that before. Yeah. So that was a good one. And I know that our favorite Mr. M talks about that the Liberty is Samarius, sun worship.
I'm not going to argue with him because there's a lot of
theories.
There's a lot of symbolism in that statue that isn't good. I will agree with that.
Yeah. Chad says, have you seen the Statue of Liberty replaced the Statue of Republic? I haven't heard of that.
Ooh, I haven't heard that yet.
Yeah, I have not heard of that. So
what is that? What did Chad say?
He said, have you seen the Statue of Liberty replaced the Statue of Republic? I don't think I've heard of that.
Huh. I did hear today. You know how we have talked about Washington, D.C., the D.C. part being dropped?
Right. So what do we call it now?
Well, Trump is proposing to call it Washington, the District of America.
Okay. Oh my goodness. That's exactly what we were saying. That's exactly what I was talking about either yesterday or today. I was like, he should just do the same thing what he did with Gulf of America.
Yeah. Which I actually like because, the District of Columbia has been foreign operations being held on our soil. It's a foreign state. It's deep state. It's, that's what it is. However, it would be kind of cool if it got cleaned up. All those swamp rats are out of there and Washington was turned back into a pretty cool place because it is a cool place to visit. I've been there several times. The museums are amazing. There's a lot of cool stuff out there. So I have heard theories that when I first started going down the rabbit holes, that it would eventually be just completely destroyed and let the swamp take over. Because that's what it used to be before. It used to be all swampland. And they've talked about letting it go back to that. So I'm not on board with that. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of torn with it, but if you could clean it up, it'd be cool to keep it around.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Jimmy. So I have a mini response that I have to give to Colty in the chat. She's making some statements that I find necessary to address at the moment so
Okay.
that no other rumors start. And so I don't mind reading it.
Okay.
Which would give you a little context about what has been happening on Discord. And I'm happy to say that changes have been happening, but it seems like people still hold a grudge or a misunderstanding against me or anybody else. I don't want to just say it was me. There was more people involved, more people that felt a certain type of way that they may feel is unresolved. So I just want to resolve it right here, right now. So Colty sends in the comments, she's asking me, did I apologize to Michelle after I screamed at her and made her cry on Discord? She says, no, you didn't, because you don't care who you hurt. You are a mean girl. You're the most two-faced person I've ever met. Hope you're happy how you treat people. There's something seriously wrong with you. She states that her and Michelle got attacked by me on Discord. Sorry to interrupt, but I can't stand the fakeness. She is not a nice person. I'm not longer fooled by her after what she did to Michelle. Okay. So this is not something that I am going to go on into great detail on live because it's just not an appropriate place to talk about it. But since she's in the chat, I will at least acknowledge that you're saying this, Colty, and if you want to talk privately about it, you can definitely DM me on Discord that privately. But if you recall, on that voice chat phone call that we had, it was not just Michelle on there. There was about 4 other people on there, and I was talking to everyone, not just Michelle. So if you thought that I was screaming to Michelle, no, I was not screaming to Michelle specifically. I was talking to everybody in that group chat. And I did raise my voice, but I don't consider that as like screaming at somebody. I was making a point and I was being very firm about it and raising my voice so that I wasn't interrupted and then I can get my point across. So that's all I'm going to say about that. And if she felt offended by anything, by all means, you can reach me on direct message on Discord and we can talk about that privately. The chat section is not an appropriate place to start giving a problem that happened in a private server on a live show or a chat. So I would appreciate it if you can DM me and we can talk about it there. But if you're going to come on the chat section and start accusing me of something, saying that I'm two-faced, the whole name calling and the whole 9, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go down to a level of that going back and forth in a chat section. You know what I'm saying? So I suggest you reach out to me on Discord if you really want to resolve the problem. Because I said what I said and I'm not sorry for what I said. Maybe the delivery was wrong, which I understand where people might come from, that I may come across that way. And I've admitted this before on the show, is that I'm not for everybody. I am upfront. I am honest. I'm going to tell you exactly how I feel. And if that offends you, then I guess you're not ready for this type of conversation. You know what I'm saying? So when things come up and you get offended, or if Michelle felt offended and she wasn't even there for the entire conversation because she hopped off, I think it's very immature to come into my chat section for a live stream to start throwing this back and forth. So I at least respected you enough to acknowledge it, but I'm not going to bring it up anymore on a live stream. So moving forward, I know that I put Wendy Williams on there, and it was because I wanted Tony to come on and talk about that, because we were talking about a little along the lines of when JFK was assassinated, or when you said General Patton was assassinated for going against the narrative or whatever. I feel like that happened to Wendy Williams. and they accused her of that like mental illness, and they put her in that hospital, and she was crying out the window, and like this whole thing went down, and I feel like they did a Britney Spears to
Yeah.
Wendy Williams.
Yeah, I think so too.
And it's unfortunate because I loved Wendy. Like, I used to watch her every single day. You know, like we're from New York, and Wendy Williams was a staple in New York. And then to watch her downfall like that was
Yeah.
sad.
You know, there was
But I
a
think
there was a video of her that she literally all of a sudden faints on the stage.
Yep, saw that.
she was sick.
If they shut off her switch or something. It was crazy.
Right. No. She was sick. But I think now
Oh, is that
we
what
know.
happened?
No, I think she was sick. I'm not denying that maybe she was sick, right?
Mhm.
But I think it was easier for them to say, "Oh, she's mentally unstable," or "She's mentally this," and they locked her up. They did a conservative ship.
Yeah.
What, I don't know how to pronounce that, but they did a Britney Spears to her, so
Oh,
to
yeah.
silence her. Because
Mhm.
I think, excuse me, and I saw a clip about her knowing about the Diddy and Justin Bieber
Mm-hmm.
rabbit hole.
Yep.
I know Jimmy knows. I don't really know much about that, but if you had a comment about that, Jimmy, what do you think about Wendy Williams?
Okay, so first off, the only thing I really knew about her, she was a talk show host. I never saw any of her episodes or anything. The only thing I've seen are clips from her episodes with certain celebrities and everything. And just the dynamic that she's had with some of these people that are, quote, in question was very interesting. I mean, she was on the inside. She knows what these people have been doing and what they're up to, what kind of nefarious acts they're involved in. And she knows this stuff. So because she knows this stuff and they know that she's an outspoken individual, they're going to try to shut her up. And that's what they're doing.
Right. Right.
Are you getting distracted with the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just looking at the comments. My bad.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry, Jimmy.
That's fine. See, I knew what you were doing.
Mm-hmm.
I knew.
And you called me about this, and I didn't want to dump this on you. Like, I think you're above this. You know, like you're like way older than us. I don't want to.
I'll just say these, and let me try to say this in a very neutral way. Okay, let me just try to say it that way.
Mm-hmm.
What does going back and forth in a chat section or on comments on a channel on YouTube, what good does that do? What are you accomplishing? What do you want to accomplish when you're trying to do that? Wouldn't it be easier to resolve a situation, to have a conversation with the person you're having an issue with, to have that conversation one-on-one?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Why do people feel like they need to have an audience to other folks' dirty laundry or whatever the case may be? I don't understand that. Because if I have a problem with somebody, and there's a few out there that I have a problem with, but I'm willing to have that conversation with them. But every time I offer it, that offer is not taken. So why would I engage? I've learned from the past that engaging in back and forth through comments and chats, it does no good. It doesn't accomplish anything. That's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Jimmy. King Tony, before I say what I need to say, Do you want to say anything, King Tony? You got to unmute yourself. You were muted. Okay, so I'll wait for you, Tony, if you have any last words to talk about this. But now that Michelle's in the chat, she is also airing out her grievances on the chat room. I mean, in the chat section. And this is all I have to say. If you want to handle the situation, by all means, DM me on Discord. But I'm not gonna, like Jimmy just said, I'm not gonna go back and forth in the chat section. People want to. I don't want to sound insensitive because they already think that I'm insensitive, right? So at this point, I don't care. But people always want to seem like the victim in everything, as if everything is directed at them, as if every comment or situation that I talk about on here or offline is a direct insult, or as if when we talk that all of a sudden we're the angry ones, or we're the ones coming out, out of pocket, or this is left field. This is not you. That's what gaslighting is, right? I'm not accusing them of gaslighting, but this is just the vibe that comes across when you are speaking one way and then people take it another way and then it snowballs from there, right? And I don't feel the need to defend myself or to defend anything because, like I said what I said, and I'm not sorry for that. I'm not putting fake smiles. I'm not doing any of that. Like, I literally just said this a few minutes ago. So the falling out happened, right? And it's gonna happen. That doesn't mean I don't care. It doesn't mean that anybody was wrong or that anybody was right. It's not like that. So if you really want to talk about it, DM me on the, you know how to reach me. You know what I'm saying? You know how to reach me, but you chose Tuesday night at 11:52 p.m. on my live show to blow up the chat section when you know where to reach me. So this is just performative at this point. It's theater, it's a show, and they're going to use that when everybody's watching and everybody's in the chat section to start airing a whole bunch of things that nobody would know otherwise because it was private. So what you're saying here is worthless. You know what I'm saying? If you really cared and if you want to take the mature route, you would have DM'd me privately and we would have had a conversation and we would have put it to bed a long time ago. But you just want to come here and be disruptive. You want to distract. You want to be the victim. And that's just my opinion. King Tony, is there anything that you would like to say before I wrap it up tonight?
Oh man, I missed it all.
So,
can you hear me?
I mean, it's in the chat section. Colty and Michelle are blowing up the chat section, calling me two-faced, saying I don't care, saying a whole bunch of
you know
accusations.
what? At the end of the day, I guess we can't ignore that that's how they feel, and we gotta respect it for what it is. But that's their opinion. People, I feel like to misinterpret certain things. I mean, I feel like we've been pretty transparent and pretty clear. I mean, we try our best. But at the end of the day, we can't make people understand, that has to come from them to want to understand or, communicate better or work on things together. I mean, I think we've already stated what we've been through. I mean, even though it's not the same as going through it yourself, and everyone has their own journey. But
right.
I think that's what it is. Everyone's at different parts of their healing journey. So there's a lot of things that are maybe more sensitive to others than
That's
what
true.
it would be to us. But I mean, that's just me.
Tony, if you don't mind, I want to jump on that real quick because I know that in my process of waking up and learning different things, in the beginning, I still had that Watchtower mentality. that, you know, I just had that brainwashing that I had to work out. And so I felt myself being more defensive when folks would say stuff to me. And I would try to defend myself and reason with some folks. But in all honesty, those folks I was dealing with, they weren't open to any type of coming together or understanding each other. They just wanted to just pile on. And it got to a point to where after you've been dealing with that for so long, you create a shield, and you know how those people operate. So for me, when that stuff comes at me, it doesn't bother me anymore. And the reason why is because I don't have to explain myself.
Yeah.
What you see is what you get.
Right.
And, you know, I have, you know, there's times I've, you know, railed on here about something, but there's other times where I'm focused on a show and I'm putting good information out and there's no issue. So there's different.
I mean, like, everyone goes through that, though. That's part of us being human too.
Yeah. And I think that, you know, there's a lot of folks out there that are still, and I don't mean this disrespectful to anyone, but there's a lot of people out there that are more focused on feelings than the other aspects, you know, facts or communication, or this is how I feel.
Yeah.
Okay, I can respect how you feel, but let me ask you, why do you feel that way? Okay, now let's go somewhere with that. You know, it's like, you know, I've got a shirt in there that says facts don't care about your feelings.
Right, they don't.
That's a true statement.
I mean, my dad told me that all the time. Whenever I was arguing with my sisters and over something so silly, it's just like, is it yours?
Yeah, but
Right?
it's not being mean when you say that,
No,
because it's
that's
true.
just reality. It's reality.
And when something that is reality like this, when that affects other people's viewpoints on things and they haven't grown to accept that yet, yeah, they're going to get pissed off about it. Their cognitive dissonance is going to kick in.
Yeah.
That's in the EXJW world, that's in the political world. So like I said, I'm not taking sides on anything. I'm just looking at this from outside perspective, that these battles in chat room or in chat threads and everything and YouTube comments, they are useless. It's not solving anything.
Yeah.
You may feel that you're getting to somebody or whatever, but what is that accomplishing? Seriously.
It's not promoting a productive atmosphere.
But this is my thing. So you're gonna come in the chat section on my show after how many days it's been since that conversation? Number one, nobody reached out to me in private DM to let me know how they felt. This is the first I hear of it. Oh, she screamed at me. Oh, I'm hurt. Oh, I'm this, I'm that. So you come out with all of these knives pointing out on a public forum, but did you take the time to privately message me? Did you take the time to actually say, oh, hey, Ruby, just a heads up. Michelle was actually offended by what you said. She thought you were yelling at her. Meanwhile, there was like 5 other people on the group chat. She was not the only one there. So I'm in the dark about all of this. And your solution or reaction is to come in the chat section and blow it up the way that you people are. And then to say, oh, well, I just came here to say what I needed to say. That's it. So you didn't come here to resolve anything. You didn't come here looking for an apology. You didn't come here to fix anything. You came here to accuse and to distract me, obviously, because it's a live show. I couldn't even finish what I wanted to because you came in with all of this crap. But you didn't even take out the time to do any of that in a private forum or format. So what are you really here for? What do you really want? Because I'm not going to pay attention to attention seekers. I'm not going to coddle people's feelings. Everybody is a grown-ass adults on the platform. So you think I'm going to be messaging individual people like, oh, did I make you cry? Oh, did I do this? Did I do that? No. Do you think I'm wasting my time here doing that? And it's not like you don't know me. Everybody knows me here. You know that I'm a homeschooling parent of 3 children. You know that I am here 24/7. If you wanted to DM me, you know how to reach me. So don't act as if I wasn't approachable, or you couldn't message me privately, or that I wouldn't hear you out, because we've had multiple conversations where I did hear you out. I did understand where you were coming from. Hours on end of conversations. And now you want to act as if I'm two-faced, or that I don't listen, or that I don't care, or that I'm this or I'm that, or because my tone was wrong for you. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that the wrong way? Do I have to censor my tone now, or what I say or what I do? Oh, let me lower my voice because you're going to think I'm angry now. Oh, I'm sorry. Give me a break. I don't got time for that. And if you really wanted an apology, I'm sorry, you're not going to get it now, because you came out with the fire. I got to come out with fire. So until all of y'all simmer down and realize how old you are and mature to that age level and privately DM me if you really want to solve it, then I'm all ears. But right now, all I see is accusations. All I see is a performance in the chat section. So you don't really care. You don't really care about that.
You know what I've experienced with this whole situation, not this particular one with you, Ruby, but I've been through stuff like this before. It's like when these people are attacking, or you have people attacking you or attacking your channel or whatever. It's funny that when you actually stand up and tell it like it is, then it's like a bully. A bully will pick on you, and then once you hit them back in the mouth, they're like, "Why'd you do that?"
Mm-hmm.
That's consistent. That's consistent behavior in the ex-JW community. I'm not talking about anybody personally tonight. I'm just saying that is consistent behavior.
Yeah.
Because folks like me and Ruby, who are not afraid to say how we feel about something, other folks can't handle that.
No.
Exactly. And I understand that.
And they already know that that's what we're like. Right. You know, we can have empathy. I can be empathetic and sympathetic to how you feel about something. If you come to me in a way that's respectful, and then have that discussion.
Exactly. When you're actually receptive. I'm not catching that vibe, because then when you actually provoke me and I come out of my face, you prove you're trying to prove yourself right when she says, "Yep, there it goes, the real Ruby coming out." No, that's not the real me. I'm the real me 24/7. I don't have a reason to be fake here or offline. But as soon as I get riled up because of your insensitive comments, now all of a sudden I'm proving you right by, oh, look at her. Do you see how angry she's getting? They did the same thing to Tony in that conversation, claiming that she was angry because she was raising her voice as well. She was giving.
I think people are not used to the fact that Latinos are loud when they speak.
Oh yeah.
And it's not just that. It's like there's a difference between being angry and standing firm on your boundaries and your limitations.
You know, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, what?
I was just sitting here thinking, okay, this is in relation to women. I'm gonna try to say this in the best way I possibly can. When you have children and you try to speak to your children or give them a chore or something, and something you got to tell them to do something, and they don't do it, what do you end up doing? You end up raising your voice because you didn't want to, but they're not listening. So you have to raise your voice. And then what does that kid say?
Why are you yelling at me?
Thank you.
Because and the thing is, it's because you're repeating yourself probably more than 1 time, 2 times, 3 times.
And every mother will say, I'm not a mother, so y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, But every mother will say, well, the reason why I'm yelling is because you didn't hear me the first time and you weren't listening, and I needed to get my point across to you.
Exactly. And that's what was
Yeah,
happening.
but
I was
the
getting
point
my
is
point
also
across.
that there's a lot of times people say I'm yelling, but in my head I'm not yelling. I'm talking with passion because the conversation, I'm enjoying the conversation. Like, so it might come off to you as I'm yelling, but I'm not yelling. And maybe it's because you're not used to that type of volume when you're having conversation with people. But
yeah, I've done
it's
that
like,
before.
Right.
Go, Tony.
oh no, yeah. I
funny.
mean,
It's
but
vibrating.
then there's the other thing. I've been told before that I could be callous, but it's because I've been through so much shit.
Mm-hmm.
Point that if you're dealing with a lot of these things, it's like you're not gonna deal with it the way another person might. Like I've dealt with so much crap that I'm just like, I'm just gonna take whatever comes and that's it. And just, you know what, if I have to remove myself, I remove myself.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you
Like I have
something.
to be careful with how much energy I'm giving into certain things. And that's why they say you gotta choose your battles, because not every battle is worth all that
Absolutely.
energy.
I'll just take this off the EXJW lens and this whole situation here. But my wife, when she goes to work, she will help anybody. She will, if somebody asks her to, hey, can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? She'll do it. She'll do it. We've been together now 13 years, and every job she's had, that's what she does. And it gets to a point to where she gets taken advantage of because everybody's pawning their work off on her. So I'm going somewhere with this. So she's starting a new job on April 7th at the Toyota plant. She's going to be a plant nurse there. And I already told her, I said, baby, when you start working there, don't do other people's jobs. You need to quit that cycle, because what happened is the job she's at right now, she gets shit on. But she keeps a cool composure about it and everybody loves her. But the moment she stood up for herself about a month ago and told them, hey, this ain't fair. There's two nurses here. Why do I always have to stay after 5 o'clock? Why does that one always get to go home? Why does that one get to work from home and I don't get to? But as soon as my wife brought that up, she was the bad one. She was the bad one. She was literally told in a meeting that she wasn't being a team player.
Wow.
And that is bullshit, because my wife is a team player when it comes to work. But as soon as she stood up for herself, then they got all bent out of shape about it. So what I'm saying is, when you get to the point where you have your self-confidence, your self-esteem, you feel good about everything, you're going to stand up for yourself. And other people can't handle that because they haven't gotten to that point to where they can effectively stand up for themselves.
Right.
So maybe that makes sense.
And,
I don't know. I just hate to see the bullshit, because y'all gonna have my Italian come out in a second. I'll say this shit going on right now in the chat. Sorry, Michelle, Colty, I love you both, but this is the wrong place to do this.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you got to expect things like this to happen, right? Because we keep seeing it in other people's, like, I mean, Colty went through it. I mean, not Colty, Michelle went through it herself with Old Worley, and now she's doing it to you. So it's like, it doesn't make sense how you're complaining about someone else, but now you're okay doing it.
And then
you gotta be.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, you can say.
Go ahead, Tony.
I'm just saying, you got to stand firm on your principles and those boundaries that you set all around.
Yep. Yeah.
And the same
It's not just for. Yeah.
Sorry. And the same energy that I had with the Jake stuff was the exact same energy I had on that private phone
Right.
call
And now they're
thing.
saying that you're a
And
monster.
how
So
I
it's
don't have your
different.
back and I'm not this and I'm not
Right.
that. I'm not did I ever say that I was anybody's cheerleader or something? Like if I'm supposed to explain myself for every little thing I do, whether I'm in this server or not in this server, or why I said this or why I didn't do this, I don't explain myself. I said what I said. And it was too much of the truth for you to handle it that now you go on attack mode as if it's a personal attack.
Yeah,
How
I
am I
had that.
supposed to control how people perceive the things I say or do?
Yeah, it's like I talked about last week where I put a post up on Facebook and somebody, I mean, took it way too personal. It wasn't even about them. It wasn't even about this country or
Yeah.
anybody in this country, but they took it personal. And and then after I said what I had to say, I went back a couple days later and just did a search on that name and they unfriended me. So I'm like, all right, cool. All right. I told
Yeah.
you the truth. You didn't like it. I proved you completely wrong in what you were saying. So
Mhm.
go ahead, unfriend me. I don't care.
Right.
Exactly. And it doesn't, at this point, what they're showing me is that no matter what I say at this point, they're going to keep that same narrative because that's how they truly feel about me.
Right.
And if you want to prove me wrong, then prove me wrong. Because at this moment in time, this is the vibe I'm getting. It's from people who talk like this, act like this, that later on, when you actually do give them the benefit of the doubt or the time of day to hear them out, and you think things are
You know
resolved,
what?
it's going to be a circle of this.
Hey,
So let me see if you guys can prove me wrong. Let's see.
I have the time. I can go, smoke a little bit more and they can come. I don't care. Let me be the referee. Let me be a mediator. Let them come on, give their 2 or 3 minutes, and then Ruby back and no direct. Y'all want to battle? Let's do it right now. Call in.
If they want to come on the stream, you are more than welcome to. I'm not afraid of anybody.
But we're going to do it in a way that is respectful. And yeah, let's play this game. Y'all want to play this game? Let's play this game. Y'all come on. I'll be the mediator. You talk to me. You say let's do it like a debate. Come on.
If they want to, they can hop on whenever they want, because without explaining too much of a private conversation, you see, that's the problem, is that all of these things happened in a private conversation that is not for public consumption. You know what I'm saying? Like,
see, that's the problem too, because there's some things that need to stay private, and it doesn't have to be drawn out for the world to see.
Exactly. The bottom line is that I spoke up when I did. I had a raised voice because honestly, I was frustrated, and I explained what I had to explain. I said it with the tone and the manner that I do when you guys have seen me do rants on here before. It's nothing different.
Right.
They took offense to that. And I'm learning of it now because you finally said it to me. You could have done this privately. And it would have been easy to say, oh, you know what? I'm sorry. You took it that way. But you guys didn't even take that first step. You just came on the chat like this.
When did this happen, Ruby?
A few days ago.
A few days ago, yeah.
Yeah.
Sunday, Saturday?
No, it was back the last week.
Okay, hold on a second. So, okay, seriously, what did it happen Friday night?
I can't exactly remember, but Michelle is backstage, so if she wants to come up here, I will give about 10 more minutes before I start wrapping it up. But go ahead.
It happened last Thursday over something that I feel is so freaking stupid, over a person that nobody even could care less about. And the fact that really bothered me is that this was brought up and then Tony remained in 2 servers where this alleged person is still at. So she left our server, you followed her, Jen followed her immediately like clockwork. and Tony remained in 2 other servers where this person is. I was so upset. I was crying,
because
and no
the
one
issue.
cared.
Tony, wait.
Yeah, hold on. Let Michelle finish, and then we can move to Tony.
Sorry.
Okay, my heart was broken. I see you two as my sisters, okay? And this whole thing was so ridiculous. For you to say you're just going to leave, that's like saying I'm done with you. I don't care about you. And when I talked to you about this and I told you how upset I was about this, no one even cared. No one reached out to me. You both knew I was upset. No one cared. You reached out to the other guy though, Tony. You reached out to him and apologized and acted like you cared. But when it came to me, someone I thought was your
Well,
girl, your sister,
I
you said
did not.
nothing to me.
Think. No, I did not think that you wanted to hear from me after what we just had.
That's impossible.
Why would that be
I'm
impossible?
sorry.
You was very angry and you didn't even want to speak to me.
I wasn't angry.
Then,
I was
so
sad.
why would you?
I was sad.
That's not what Colty said, though.
I was crying, and the person I saw from you was no empathy. It was cold. It was actually cold. There was nothing there, Tony. And Ruby didn't even reach out to me.
Yes.
Ruby didn't care.
I mean, I've said this multiple times. I have been called callous before because I have dealt with things like this so many times, and I have explained just a little bit to Colty that very morning. She only knows a little bit, and that's just the rim. Like, so.
But how could you guys not know that this would that this wouldn't hurt me? How do you don't think that you leaving the server, the one that we made together, that wouldn't hurt me?
It hurt me too. We're both hurt.
But you left. What did I do to you?
Right, because I think I thought that it was the best decision.
Tell me what I did to you, Tony.
Okay, hold on. Let's take a quick pause. I just let Colty on the stage, and I will remind everybody to keep a 3-minute limit to your comments so that everybody has a chance to talk and to give a response. So I just brought up Colty. If you want to say something, Colty, you got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know why I'm getting feedback from the YouTube. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Okay.
First of all, the way you girls entered, okay, we just made this server. I think what happened was Ruby got upset because you left the other server. There was a lot, obviously, that went on.
Yeah.
But the way you guys came in and attacked us, it was really crazy. And you did it in front of somebody that you didn't even know, hadn't even talked to. And you came in there, you're waiting. Like Ruby didn't even say hello. She just put herself on mute. We were like, hi, Ruby. Everybody says hello to Ruby. She says nothing. She stays on mute. You heard the tail end of a conversation about somebody you don't know, again, that you have never talked to, that said, somebody said that this person comes off like a know-it-all, okay?
Right.
As soon as you guys heard that, you jumped all over it like, oh, well, you left our server because of such and such, and this is going to be a big problem, and I can't handle that, and blah, blah, blah. Like, it was like insanity.
Yeah.
And I was really trying to calm the situation down. And you guys would not even hear a word that we said. This person wasn't a problem. I kept on saying, but you've never even spoken to this person yet. And the fact that you stayed in this person's server for several days,
I don't understand what's the big deal about staying in.
Okay, hold.
But that's where I think.
Hold on.
Okay, we can't talk over.
I'm muting everybody just for a minute. We're gonna take a pause and let Tony respond. I'm gonna unmute everybody now. Hold on, my mouse is glitching. Okay, Tony, you have the floor. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah. So I think the issue is that you guys keep making it about this member or this specific person, and the issue is not about the person. The issue that I had was that I wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page, that we didn't leave a server to create another one to just start allowing everyone to come in. Like, we didn't even make our mission statement. We didn't make like the set of rules. Like, we had just, you know, a little bit. What happened?
Tony, you're there? Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, we just had, you know, we had just started it. So I feel like you guys were so eager to just get members that you're just now going to allow any person. And so that's my issue, is where we lose the purpose of what we made the server for, which was to I'm not saying we shouldn't have him there. What I'm saying is that I think we should have waited a little longer and not been in such a hasty mood to just get members right away. You know, we're a new server. I think we were being a little impatient when it comes to that. Like, we just started it. We have a lot of work ahead of us. There's a lot of time. I feel like we were being rushed.
Okay, well, I don't feel we were being hasty. I mean, Colty was just inviting some people she knew. That was it. And it's
I know,
hasty.
but for me, it's just like
Wait, let me say something. If you're talking hasty, it was hasty of you to leave the server knowing I'm in there, knowing that these people are Colty's friends. I did not invite them. And I'm not saying that Colty was wrong for inviting. I'm saying that you were hasty in leaving the server knowing that you were affecting me as well. Okay, that's hasty to me. So
I can't dispute that. I mean,
Okay.
that's how you feel.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Michelle. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Jimmy has something to say. Jimmy
Why
has
would
something
Jimmy
to say
have
about
something to say?
a situation that
I
he
mean-
doesn't know anything about. Okay, go ahead,
I
Jimmy.
mean, just for me, for my sake, the reason why I'm quick to remove myself is because I already know the mental, I cannot go back there. I cannot allow anything to stumble me or pebble, nothing.
Right,
So
right.
when I
So
start
you don't
feeling,
well, you're stumbling yourself.
Okay, I
I
know
don't think
somebody.
so. I think that I'm protecting myself.
Well, but me and Colty care about you. We loved you. We wanted to take care of you. We wanted to
Exactly.
be there and be your friend. We would
I
protect
believe-
you.
And I believe you. I didn't say that you weren't.
Okay, so Jimmy has his hands raised up. Go
No, I
ahead,
didn't.
Jimmy.
I'm saying. Oh.
Jimmy has the floor. Go ahead.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, so I know y'all may not think that I would have something to say in a situation that I wasn't involved in. That part doesn't matter. Okay. From what I have seen in the past between the four of you, you've all been very cordial to each other in comments. I've seen in the chats. You know, we may disagree on a subject. Y'all may have disagreed on a subject. You know, in the political form or whatever. But we're cool with that. You know, y'all been able to work through that and everything. So knowing that we can't change what happened last Thursday, everybody has their stance on what they feel and how they did whatever. My question is, what can you do for each other to resolve the situation? What resolves this situation? Because going back and forth, that's not helpful. We already know that stuff happened. So my
Jimmy,
question,
there has
hold
to
on.
be.
So my question is, for each person, what would it take to resolve the situation?
Well, people would have to want to resolve it. Like, from my standpoint, I wanted someone to reach out to me. Like, I'll be honest with you, when I have girlfriends and I know a girlfriend is crying or something's upset, they're upset about something, I'm going to rush to them right away and be like, are you okay? Like, what happened? Was it something I said?
Correct.
That's like a
Yeah.
normal response. These two
Right.
girls did the opposite. They ran in the wrong, like the opposite direction and act like they didn't give a shit.
Well,
Excuse
not
my
just
language.
that, not just that, but when Michelle dropped off and I tried to explain what happened, Ruby, first thing is, you see, why did Michelle leave? Why she just left the chat and she doesn't care. Like, no. And I told you immediately, Michelle is upset and we don't know what's going on in her life. Maybe she's more emotional right now because of how you're behaving. Like,
Like, it'd been a bad week.
You guys attacked us. You guys have to admit, you came in there and you attacked us. And
you came in
and
hot.
you came in hot.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know what happened between the two of you
Right.
behind the scenes. But to me, it seemed like Ruby came in there, Tony. I'm going to be honest with you. She came in there to snatch you back out.
Yeah,
Because
that's what
she
it
did
felt
not
like.
she did not like the fact that you were
Oh, you
becoming
mean
friends
like
with other people.
she was trying to take me away from the server?
That's how they feel, and
That's how it
I'm
felt.
thankful. I'm
Guys,
thankful.
no,
That's how it
don't
felt.
ever. I feel like don't ever make my decisions like make it seem like it's Ruby. I have my own mind.
Ruby came in the server, and
No,
2 hours later, you were gone. So what are we supposed
Yeah.
to think?
What are we?
you
How
know
are we
it's
supposed to view that?
and I did say, you know, I must, maybe it was, I was hangry. I had a long day, stressful day. You know, we are all going through stuff outside that maybe all of that was piled on and it added on to like the oomph, right? When I was talking. But I
get that.
personally don't think that I was angry at all. I don't think I was angry. I don't think I came from an angry
Well, you
source.
left the server, Tony. So
Well, I left the
maybe
server because I guess, like I said, I don't think I can. There's just certain things that I feel like if it's gonna bring me back to that mental state or that emotional state, especially with what we already dealt with in the previous server, you know, I have to protect my mental state. I have to protect my.
And I understand that, but literally nothing had happened and nothing has happened since. You were, I'm
Right.
telling you, you were wrong about that.
You were
You may have felt
overreacting.
that way, but it was an overreaction. And
Okay,
we
so I'm
had
gonna
your back.
I'm gonna
The end of it is that when you were saying you were leaving and everything, remember before you said that, I said, "What do you want me to do, sweetie? What do you want me to do? Right now, I'll do it."
I mean, what could I tell you to do, Culty? There's not much. I
Whatever
wouldn't
you
want to
wanted.
tell you what to do. You know what I'm
Okay, so
saying?
I'm
not
gonna
gonna.
mute everybody here, and I'm
Oh.
going to just give a catch up to everything. So everybody gave their reasons. Everybody, and I understand where you guys are coming from because it may have looked that way. That's all understandable. But the first thing I'm going to say right off the bat is that Tony doesn't have to really explain why she left the server or why she decided to stay. That's her personal decision. And it's up to her whether or not she even wants to discuss why she left or what she's doing for her own mental health. And to say that any one of us are overreacting, I don't think that's necessary because we could say the same thing about you. You're overreacting, and you just said that Tony's overreacting.
All right.
So
That's
like
why.
Jimmy
That's why I
said,
say, yeah.
but
No,
okay,
I
let me
know
finish.
I
But
am
like what Jimmy's
reacting
saying, this
right
back and
now.
forth is not going to help because we could say the exact same thing about you. Now, Colty said to at least admit the fact that we went on the call with the energy. Now, I am going to say Tony started off very, very well, very well. I was listening on mute, and when I came up to speak, I was frustrated. So I will admit that Colty was right. I did come off on a hot plate. I was hot on the stove. Like you could burn your fingers on me because I was frustrated about the conversation that was happening. So maybe I did come across that way. I'm not denying that. Now, to address Michelle's comment about that she was in expectation or that she would have wanted somebody to reach out to her, and that I did not do. I did not feel the need to reach out to her because she had just hopped off. I don't know why she hopped off. That wasn't made clear. All Colty said was, "Oh, she's upset. She left." I said, "Okay, well, she didn't even stay long enough to
I
hear the
said she was
conversation that we
crying.
had,
I said she
so
was
that she would have
crying. She's so
seen that we
upset.
were perfectly fine at that moment." Now fast forwarding to after the whole voice chat, Tony did have a conversation with Michelle. So technically, she did reach out to Michelle, and I don't know what you guys spoke about, but at least one out of the two of us did at least speak to one of you guys.
No, Tony reached out to see if she was leaving the server. She didn't reach out out of concern or that she cared. She literally reached out, and the first word she said is, "I'm leaving the server." There was like no way to even a conversation to work through it.
What are
She
you
didn't want
talking
to work
about?
through
I
it.
asked you
When
what
she's
happened.
talking
Why'd
about
you
when she's
left? I said, why did you leave? I said, why are you crying? And then I left it off because I said, well, why couldn't you just let me know that? Because if you're texting Colty, I told you, we have a group chat with us three in it. You could have been texting both of us at the same time, so we're both in the same page.
I
So
can
I
tell
was
you
very
why, because I felt like
confused.
you were angry and you were upset. So at the time, I felt most comfortable with Culty, like
Well,
reaching out and
there
saying,
was another person in the server that
right,
she didn't know even. Like the three of you didn't even know this person, and this was all happening in front of somebody that you don't even know. Michelle was embarrassed, and I can
it was
see why.
It
embarrassing.
is embarrassing.
And that's understandable. But like Jimmy
Yeah.
said, we can't fix whatever happened on last Thursday. So moving
Can I ask
forward,
you a question? Can I ask a question?
sure.
Why did you reach out, Tony, to this other person that you didn't even know to apologize to them, this man, and you
But
did
not
not reach
Yeah.
out to Michelle or
right. You didn't
me?
even care.
Well, we just
Why?
had we just had that. We had just had that.
You don't even know him.
No, you
You
didn't
know us.
apologize.
Yes,
You didn't
because
add
the point is it's
concern.
embarrassing.
No.
So I know that's not what I want my members to be walking into. So I
What?
apologize to the member.
But he's a
Right.
stranger to you. I'm your ride or die friend,
Right.
and you're like, you don't even
We
care.
were your
Right.
friends, and you didn't say a
So
word to us
I'm
about.
confused how this turned into a ride or die friend.
That's how I see you. I'm a ride or die to you and Ruby. And you stabbed me in the back, you didn't care. That's what I'm talking about.
I think that's a little
That's a little,
excessive
yeah, that's a
because
little too much.
Oh, it's definitely excessive. It's
It's
definitely
actually
excessive,
true.
Michelle, because
also
it's
then
true.
you're
They don't
admitting that it
care.
is
It's the way I
excessive.
feel. It's my feelings. That's how I felt
Okay,
about
I
you.
mean,
I saw
so
you
then
as my sisters. That's what I saw.
Listen,
I saw you
they
as
know
my
how they
sisters.
behaved.
And you
They know
didn't
how you
care.
yes.
behaved. I'm a grown woman. You know how you behaved. I'm
That's
not
all
going
I'm
to play this
saying.
game. I'm
I
not going to play
hope you
that
know
game.
how
Jimmy,
you behaved as well.
She
It
was
goes both
calm. She didn't do
ways.
anything.
I was calm the
exactly.
whole time. You
She
were
was calm the
upset
whole
because I
Yes,
wouldn't
but
time.
the
go to your
point is
level.
that
I didn't go to your level because I don't play
we
that.
jumped
I'm not
in.
going to play that with you.
First off, when you start a server, you don't have a whole gossip session. We jumped into a whole gossip session about a
It was
whole
not a
nother
gossip.
member.
That's
No,
enough.
Okay,
There
so
you
I'm
go
gonna
again.
mute everybody here for 1 second because the back and forth is happening again unintentionally, maybe. Jimmy, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Not one person answered the question. The
Exactly,
question,
which is right.
the
What are you
question,
gonna do moving
like,
forward?
like I said, y'all can argue about everything that happened back and forth. You're not going to see eye to eye on it. So you just have to accept that you're not going to see eye to eye on it. So if
that's
that's
and that's
Right,
fine.
exactly.
if that's the case, first off, I'll
100%.
reword the question in a different way. Are each one of you guys, are you open to a resolution? Yes or no?
What would that look like? What would a
Right.
resolution look like?
That's
Because we,
hold on. I gotta wait. Are you open to a resolution? Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, that's one.
I don't know. I
Oh,
don't know.
are we going in one by one?
Yeah,
If you want
I'm
to.
going somewhere
Let's
with
go
this.
one
I
by
got a
one. Yeah.
two-part
I mean,
question.
I got no problems. I told them I'm leaving the server and I held no grudge. I don't take nothing
Okay,
personal. I don't take anything offensive. So I got no problems.
so Tony, you're
Okay.
open to a resolution, correct?
Of course.
I need to know
Ruby,
what the resolution looks like.
Right.
well,
Well, right. I mean,
I'm getting there, but you have to be either you're
Okay.
open to a resolution or you're not.
Well, Jimmy, we're here,
I-
aren't we?
okay,
Exactly.
now one by one.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
What do you need from the other person to help to create a resolution?
Golden rule.
What do you need?
Golden rule. Treat me the way I treat you.
Okay, I need a specific
Mm-hmm.
because
Number one, an
that's not
apology for Michelle because they didn't even bother to care how
No.
she was feeling at all.
okay.
I've never felt that way before. Like where I
All
have
right, so
friends that I'm crying, they don't care.
so for Culty to have a resolution in the situation, you're telling me that you just need to see them apologize to Michelle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see how that solves anything, though.
Okay. But hold on. Michelle,
Yeah.
what does a resolution look like to you? What do you need?
Oh. I don't know. I just want real people that actually really care. And if
Okay.
if
You're not gonna get it. That's the resolution.
and if Tony and Ruby aren't want to be real with me, it's like I need realness. I need real, genuine empathy. I don't want this on the screen. This is me. I'm Ruby, and then behind the scenes, you're a completely different person. I don't want to cry right now, but seriously, like you guys hurt me really bad.
So
Michelle, don't cry.
So I'm asking Michelle, would you say that before this incident, you felt like Ruby and Tony were being real with you?
Before, yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we had an incident that causes you to question that. What do you need from them to regain that feeling you had before?
I don't know. I guess I just need people that really act like they care, I guess. I don't know. Like I need, like when someone's upset, I need someone to act like they genuinely care and not just like the first thing they do is run. It's like fight or flight. I feel for Tony, whatever she's been through in her life that makes her fight or flight, but like I need
Me
people
too.
in my life that I can count on. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
I can appreciate
that sounds
that,
really
Michelle.
nice. It
I can
really does
appreciate
sound
that,
nice.
Michelle.
Yeah.
Ruby, what do you need to resolve the situation?
I don't need anything. I'm actually willing to give that apology. I gave the time and the energy to bring everybody upstage. I acknowledged everybody's feelings
appreciate
and
that.
situations. I've said many times how understandable it may look like they, how it was perceived, how it was taken. I understand that. So I don't need anything. I'm
Agreed.
willing to give that apology because I know that's how they feel, even though we
Right.
know we don't feel like that. So we're never gonna agree on that. But if they feel like that, I'm not gonna tell them that they don't feel like that, or if that didn't happen the way that it went down. I'm gonna acknowledge it because that's how they feel, and I'm not gonna tell somebody that that's not how they feel. You understand? I'm acknowledging, and I'm willing to give that
Ruby.
apology.
I appreciate
I
that.
appreciate it too.
All right, Tony.
Thank you.
What do you need to resolve the situation?
I don't need anything either, honestly. I mean, and I'll apologize too, because like I said, you have your reasons and they're valid for you. If that's how you feel, I can't take that away. I can't even dispute it.
Okay.
I can only say and tell you how I felt. So you guys know that I love you, and I told you guys that I love you girls and I wish you the best, and I really don't hold things personal. I don't hold grudges. And I think you're right. I do live in a fight or flight mode a lot. And sometimes it's hard to switch off because I'm so used to it.
Right.
There
And I
is that.
understand that, Tony, but it's hard being friends with someone like that because when times get hard and you run away, it's like it's hard to resolve things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I could tell you right now, I don't have many friends.
See, I just want to put a personal experience out here. If I ever do something that pisses my wife off, which, by the way, it's not very often, thank God. If I do something that makes her mad, her first instinct is, or anybody makes her mad, get the F away from me, because I've got to be mad. I got to deal with this. Because she knows that if she doesn't take that time to disappear for a second, she's probably going to say some stuff that she's going to regret in the future. So I know for a fact that, hey, if something happens, I don't really understand it right now. Let me give it some time. Maybe that could be something that y'all could do. Hold on.
Yeah, that's definitely, yep.
That y'all could do with Tony. You know now that that's how she's going to react. Tony and Ruby know how Colty and Michelle reacts. Or so we got that.
Right.
So my last question is, this whole thing, is it bringing negative energy to our life or positive energy?
Do you mean the
Right now,
issue?
I feel really good that that we came on here and had this little chat. That's the way I feel. Yeah, so I think that's positive.
Oh, thank
So
you,
I
thank
think it's
you, Kofi.
positive too.
I feel good too.
we have to do everything to protect our energies. And if we are involved in something that is bringing that negative energy into our life,
Exactly.
we have to
Yeah.
recognize it, we have to deal with it, and turn
Yeah.
it back into positive energy. And from
Yeah.
my experience with all four of you,
Yeah.
y'all are all cool. Y'all may not agree with me on stuff. I don't care. That's cool. We've all had that conversation. But I respect each and every one of you for how you feel and how you see things.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to do for all of us.
I
So,
agree, but I just want to say
Yeah.
something. I want to say I don't want to force friendships. I mean,
Yeah.
my door is always open, but my thing is now it's my trust is a little shattered. I'm going to be walking very carefully forward with Ruby and Tony.
and that's fine.
I
That's
think the
fine.
reason why I came in the chat was I think I was trying to, there was a part of me that wanted to just close that chapter because I felt like
Yeah.
Ruby and Tony had closed that chapter on me. God, I want to cry.
That's
But
okay. I mean, I hear you 100%, and I think I tend to walk a lot on eggshells with a lot of people. Like that's a norm for me. So I guess sometimes I like to think that everyone's like that, but not. I guess not everyone is.
right, but I don't want anyone else to feel hurt like me. So I think part of my feeling for coming in the chat was I felt
Yeah.
like it was two things. I was closing the door on you girls because I felt like you would close the door on me. And also it was like to warn people and be like, just be careful going
Mm.
forward with Ruby and Tony because I was hurt. That's all that was, you know? So I just
Yeah.
wanted to speak my piece, but I don't know where we go from here. I just know that there's trust that's been broken and I am all
Yeah.
about unity. I'm all about love and unity, but I just honestly I don't know where we go from here, to be honest.
That just takes time. That
It
just takes
takes
time, Coach.
time. Yeah.
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 But I do want to acknowledge what Michelle is saying is because you did tell me this in a private DM about you wanted me to hear you out because you cared, right? So you were also making a hint at me saying I want you to care enough to listen to what I have to say, right?
Yes.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes
Well,
sense.
I'm
Now
without
that
her
makes
saying
sense.
it, that's the vibe I got, right?
Right.
as
Okay.
as
Okay.
as as if I don't care, right? So I may not show that. I can admit that I don't show these emotions. And Tony knows me, right? She's my cousin. She's
Yeah.
known me since I was born.
Yeah.
She
She's worse than
knows.
me. I mean,
Yeah.
I show some emotion, but she's worse than me.
But in that department, I am like not good in that department in showing that I actually care, verbalizing that I actually care. I don't say things like I love you to my parents and stuff like that.
Right.
So I know that about myself. So that's why I'm acknowledging Michelle publicly is that she did take this incident personal and she felt as if we didn't care because we didn't show that we cared, even if we did. So now that you're here, I never not cared. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't show that I cared. And so you took that as a personal like attack that, oh, they don't care about me, they left, they jumped. So I understand how that felt when you saw like we all just left and we didn't say anything or we didn't show that we cared or sentiment.
Right.
You know, I
Right.
understand where you're
Yeah.
coming from
Also,
because
I
that
know how
didn't
you are,
happen.
Ruby. You kind of pull back too. Like, so when I wanted to get
Yeah.
on the phone with you and I wanted to like speak with you and like work things out with you, you kind of take the approach where you pull back and you say, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. But I'm like, I don't know if you're really okay because you won't get on the phone with me.
Right.
But okay, I will try to take your word for that. But at the same time, I do feel like I know you well enough to know that you will pull back sometimes. And for me, it's like I'm the type of person that when I notice people are pulling back or something's wrong, I'm trying to fix that bridge. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to bridge us
Right.
all together because I want us to be
Right.
like working out, you know?
Right. Because that
Yeah.
gives you anxiety because
It
you don't
And
know
this
what's
was
Right.
going
like
through my
the
head and
moment.
what I'm feeling.
right.
It was like at the moment where I thought everything was coming together. Like Ruby, you had just come into the server and
Mhm.
Yeah.
everybody greeted you. I was so happy. I was like, because
Right.
when Tony
We were
said
all
you
happy.
wanted
Yeah.
to come into the server, I was like, yeah,
I was like we
absolutely.
were together
We don't want
again.
to shut anybody out. But
No.
then you came on and you didn't even say hello. like everybody said hello to you. You
In the
said
chat.
nothing, and then you said nothing when you left either. And that was like, wow, like why did she come? Well, why? Just for 2 hours to bitch us out and then to
Exactly.
leave.
Yeah.
No,
That's
you're
sad.
absolutely right. So I will apologize for that
Thank
because
you.
I should have said something, and I should have verbalized that. So I will acknowledge that right there. That's
Thank you very
absolutely
much. I
true.
appreciate it.
Thank you for acknowledging that.
And you know what? I don't have a problem with the server. Like I know that I left, but I don't have a problem coming back on. So that might be another solution, that I don't have a problem coming back on. If you girls want to invite me back on, I can come back on. I can be active in your community as well. Now that we've actually talked about this and heard each other out, gave the time and the effort that you were seeking, that I didn't know that I probably needed to do this on my own, then moving forward, I would propose that. I would propose you send me an invite or a friend request, and I can come back in if that
Yeah, but
is good with you
I
guys.
don't get why was I unfriended? See, like if I was upset at you, I would have blocked you or unfriended you, but you guys were the ones who did it to me. So I
We're
was
moving on,
confused.
Tony. But we're moving on. So even though that may be true, I'm moving
I can
on
explain. Yeah, I see
with
what
that
you're
part.
saying. I can say because you leaving the server felt like you were shutting the door on our friendship. Can you understand that?
Right. That's how it
Yeah,
came
but I mean,
across.
if that was the case, I would have unfriended you completely.
But it was very
I would have
confusing, Tony. It was very,
what?
very confusing,
And
and I
that goes
honestly
back to
didn't
her
know what to
flight.
do.
That just
Yeah.
goes back to her flight part.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think what you guys are all finding out, you probably already knew it anyway. Y'all all have different personalities on how you handle a conflict, or I don't want to call it
Right.
drama, but a situation.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody handles things differently. And I think
Right.
what we just accomplished here was everybody now knows how Tony's going to react to this type of situation. Everybody knows how Colty and Michelle and Ruby are going to react to the
Right.
situation. Now that you know that, you just put it back in the bank and just remember that for next time, because I'm telling you, there will be a next time. But at
Oh
least
no, yeah, and I think for me personally, like when I have any type of a dispute, I like to give people time. I like to give myself time. I like to give people time, so I give people space until we're both ready to
Well, in all
communicate. I
fairness,
mean, but
it's been since Thursday, so we did give you time.
oh no, no. When I
you know.
mean time, I mean this for me is too soon. But I mean, I'm glad it happened.
Okay, so what do you mean by
But I'm saying
time?
I give time. I give you
What
like
do you
a
mean by
month.
that?
I
A
give
month?
you like a
Oh, okay.
month or two. Like
Oh, okay.
I give you time.
Okay, so we'll know that going
Okay.
forward, Tony, when
Yeah, yeah,
something
yeah.
like this
I'm
happens,
not
it's
gonna
a month.
I'm not gonna cut you guys off completely. If that was the case, I
Okay,
would have
okay.
blocked you guys in all types of
Gotcha.
social media. I would have blocked your number. I didn't even block your number. I still got you guys in
Yeah,
my
no.
phone. Like
Same. I didn't block you either. Same. I
yeah.
didn't
So
block you
like
either.
that's why I was like so confused. I said, "What the heck just happened?" I'm like, I don't understand.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have other people on the panel. I just want to
Yeah,
give
I
them a
see.
few minutes to say something.
Oh yes.
Papa Babe, Linda, I think you wanted to say something. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, I don't even need to know like the whole situation and what happened and everything. But what I do know is that we are in recovery. We are on a journey of healing. And what
Yeah.
happens to us, whether we like it or not, is we get triggered. And when we get
Yeah.
triggered, guess what? We overreact. That's how you
Yes.
know you're triggered. When you find yourself going, why the hell am I totally overreacting on this situation? Ask yourself, holy crap, am I being triggered? Because you know what I'm hearing is
Oh.
King Tony wants to leave. Okay. She has to go process. She needs time
Right.
to, I don't know. I guess it's a month. Okay. And,
Yeah.
Michelle's like, I don't want everybody, like she might be being triggered and feeling abandoned. And to be honest, we came from a culture that will drop us and we're dead just
Right.
like that. Okay.
Right.
So I'm wondering if, when we go through our situations, I know I've had this myself. Somebody will
Yeah.
say something or do something, and they'll be acting like they're done with my ass, and it
Yeah.
devastates me. I
That's
don't
me.
know
Oh,
if they
wow.
are going to return. I don't know
Yeah.
if they still love me. I should know,
Okay.
but I don't know. So Ruby
Okay,
gets
that makes
defensive.
sense.
That's
That
our
makes
Ruby,
sense.
okay?
Thank you,
She
Linda.
Yeah.
yells,
Yeah,
and that's our
thank
Ruby,
you.
okay?
Yeah, that
So
makes
we have
sense.
to learn each other and yet be sensitive of that whole, holy crap, they might be experiencing a trigger of being maybe stunned, being like,
Mhm.
Right.
we were disposable. So in our friendships today, if there's
Yeah.
just a few things, listen, you pissed me off, I need to take, I got to step out. Something
Right.
that just means I still care,
All right.
but I got to get
Yeah.
the hell out. Or if you got to yell, Mr. Rubik, you know, my daughters used to yell at each other and end the screaming match at, I love you. And I'm not telling you, you got to say, I love you, but something
Right.
that means we're not done could be
Right.
said.
Right,
I
right,
don't know
right.
what
That
that
makes
would
sense. Yeah, yeah,
mean.
yeah.
To
Yeah.
You know what
reassure
I
the
mean?
person that you're still there, you're not
I
going
got you. I
anywhere.
got
Right.
you.
And that
Yes.
feeling
Yeah,
of
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah, yeah,
abandoning, like,
yeah.
oh, you
Oh, okay,
left.
okay.
Yes.
Right.
Just say, I'm
Yeah,
taking a
yeah.
break.
You.
I'm taking a time
That's
out.
a good point. That's a good
Oh,
point.
I
Yes.
love that. Time out. I got to take a
Yes.
time out. You
It's
done
like
I
pissed
gotta
me
shutting
take
the
off.
time
I got to
out.
door.
step away.
Yes. Yes.
And it's
Yes. I
okay to
agree,
piss each
Linda.
other off
Mm-hmm.
and still love
Yeah,
each other.
that's
Get up and go again. You
Yeah,
know.
because
So I,
it felt
100%.
permanent. It felt
yes,
permanent what Tony
that's
did
what
and
I'm
what Ruby
hearing.
did. They left, and I felt like they were shutting the door on me. It felt
Yes,
permanent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
yes.
yeah.
So
That's what I
yeah,
hear your pain and your heartbreak about. That you
yeah,
were just disposed of, but now you heard them talking, and that's not how they're thinking. But that
right.
was your experience. You felt it
Right,
was over,
right.
totally over,
Right.
and we
And
were
that's
trained
not
to
okay. Cause
yeah.
that's not okay to feel that way. So that's why, I apologize because I don't want to make no one feel that way.
Thank you,
Right.
And
Tony.
yet,
But
you need to be able to
yeah,
do what you do. Sometimes we got to take ourselves out of a situation that's it's getting too toxic, or it's triggering me. This feels like childhood when there was chaotic yelling around me. I got to get away.
yeah,
So that's what you do. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with
yeah,
all of you guys' needs.
Oh,
And
thank you,
yeah.
Linda, for your
you said,
Thank
comments.
you,
The 3
Linda.
minutes.
Yeah, thank
Thank
you,
you
Yeah.
Linda.
so
3
much,
Thank
minutes.
you so much,
Linda.
Linda,
No
for
worries.
joining.
Thank you.
I just think you guys are
Wild.
amazing women.
Oh, thank you, Linda. Wild Wall is here and Eric is here. Whoever would like to make a comment, you can unmute yourself, and I'll give you 3 minutes.
Yay, some other guys.
Yeah.
You want to go first, Eric?
Wild, go ahead, Wild. You got 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah. I was just curious. Can you highlight the comment by Thrifty Treasure? It's up a little bit. It starts off with one thing I learned. To me, this deserves everybody's attention because this is what we all go through right here. Kind of backs up what Jimmy was saying and other stuff. But I'm glad you guys have ironed this out. Initially we might have thought, well, this ain't the, and I agree with Ruby, this ain't the platform to bring this out, but maybe it is. Maybe this is exactly what was needed for y'all to get together. And we're going to show the Watchtower. This is how grown-ups do it. We get mad at each other. We get a little bit out of shape, but we don't disfellowship. We can iron it out and say, yeah, look at this comment right here by Thrifty Treasure. One thing I learned when you go through trauma or pain, you learn to survive and cope with stress in different ways.
Yeah,
Exactly what Linda was saying. Tony's got a different way,
yeah.
and Michelle's got a different way. Michelle might be a little more emotional, and Ruby's a little more maybe
Less emotional.
overbearing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Yeah.
one thing I
I'm
know
a
We're
about
like
zero.
we're like the Tin
He's like
Man
a
in the
zero.
Wizard. We're like the Tin Man in the Wizard of Oz that didn't have a heart, and like he had to go and get the heart. Like,
That's
there.
me.
So
yeah,
we're all different, and that's what makes us unique. And I love to listen to everybody because if we were all the same, it would get boring real quick. But we're all good. We all bring something to the
yeah,
table. And
yeah.
and
That's 100% facts.
right, and I don't know if Kelty remembers this, but one time on Ruby's show, there was somebody I guess got a little upset at me, and I didn't even realize it. And Kelty mentioned in the comments, she's like, "Well, I'd like to hear what she." And I don't want to mention her name. I hope nobody in comments does, but I didn't even know. And Kelty said, "Well, I'd like to hear what she's had to say." And she just up and quit. I don't know if Ruby remembers that. She didn't even say bye, kiss my ass, or anything. But it didn't hurt my feelings. It's like, well, I didn't realize that I had evidently dominated the conversation with her is what word got back to me, and I would apologize to her right now if she's listening. That's like, but that's what we do.
Aw.
We grow up, And I think Culty's nodding her head. She probably remembers that, but it's like I did not even realize it. If I would have thought that I had offended anybody, because it's much better to apologize and go forward than to divide and conquer, which is exactly what Watchtower would want us to do. And then they would reflect back. See, now they would reflect back on this and say, see how when you become a apostate or don't agree with us, your whole world falls apart. It's like, no, our world can have ups and downs. We can hit bumps in the road. But you know what? We will go on. We will keep on. And there will be some people like, I tell people, if somebody says Wild Wall is a good guy, believe them. If someone says Wild Wall is an asshole, believe them. Because in all of us, those two things exist, believe it or not. Those
so
two
true.
things exist. Yeah. So I don't come to my defense and say, oh no, Wild Wall ain't. I say if you saw that part of him, there was something you didn't see that brought it out. And
Yeah.
that's one thing I have to say I admire about Ruby. I don't know if you guys know this. I'm not trying to make this about me, but she did send me some messages because she felt so bad that I wasn't coming back on a different situation.
Yup.
And then I was away for 3 or 4 weeks. Remember that, Ruby? And you know what got me back? I would have not been back, honestly, guys. But Joe and Fran came. You remember on Vern's show? They came to my city, and they didn't even know really what was going on. But just because they was going to show our meetup and stuff, I felt obligated, and I wanted everybody to know I had such a great time with Joe and Fran. And that got me back into the EXJW community. And it wasn't because I hated you guys or anything like that. It was like I just felt like something I had said might have went the wrong way. And I was just going to give myself, sort of like what Tony said, give myself a little time away from it, recoup, and later on come back. But I am glad it worked out the way it did with Joe and Fran because it got me back, got me motivated. And I'm glad you girls can set this aside. And like I say, I guarantee if you could look in the comments, any guy out there, I don't know all y'all's situations, but they're like, man, those are some awesome girls in their own unique ways. And there's so many people right now going through divorces and stuff, and that's been together for years. And then they see something like this, and they're like, yeah, get over this disagreement, whatever it is, argument, because there is so many things that are going on in people's lives. And this, y'all can help each other. You can proceed from this point on and go forward. And I'll leave it at that. But I'm just so glad y'all. Initially, I didn't think this was the platform, but I honestly do now. I think this will help smooth it out. And if we all hit like on this, other people see it. They'll see that even in the
We can
EXJW
work it
community,
out.
yeah, it can work out. We don't always see eye to eye. And even like the one person, I don't want to give him no more kudos, but the one person that came on Ruby's show and said he hated her. I think y'all know, but she was woman enough to show that. But that's his feelings. That's his feelings. And not everybody's going to like us. And Ruby knows that. Not everybody's going to like Wild Wild. Which I know that's hard to believe. But not everybody's going to like. Not everybody's going to like Ruby. Not everybody's going to like Jimmy. If somebody told me Jimmy, Jimmy can be real arsehole, I'd be like, well, man, me and him's from the same state of North Carolina. But I've seen enough good in Jimmy to where I know something had to trigger him and pull him through that. But I will not disagree with him. Call him in that. You probably saw the side that had to come out to get so.
Oh, I could be an asshole. Just to let you know, it can happen.
And that's why I wouldn't disagree with him, Jimmy. You
I'm sorry to interrupt, Wild. Thank you so much for your comment.
Thanks, Wild.
Bye, everyone.
Appreciate it.
It's okay.
Thank you so much. We're gonna move to Eric. Eric has been patiently waiting and listening.
Hey, Eric.
Hello, Eric.
I got no dog in this fight.
Yeah. I mean, you got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, I got 3 minutes. I'll give you I'll give you friggin' it's possibly not. It's almost impossible for me not to swear. I'll give you 30 or 40 seconds. I walked into the political corner 40 minutes late, and I'm like, what in the hell?
Oh my god!
I was just looking to chill with everybody, and I'm like, what the hell? I feel like a hand grenade was thrown and the door was shut.
I had to say something. I couldn't hold it down.
No, I don't. No, listen. No one has seriously. Just gave yourself away because I don't know what was going on. Nobody has to say anything.
That's so funny.
No one. I just heard boom, like fire from all sides. It was like walking into Normandy. It's like, ah! Anyways, I muted myself and took my camera off, and I played Al Green, "Love and Happiness." Love and happiness. I just kept playing that over. I'm like, what the hell, man? So I don't know what y'all's beef is, but just remember that song. Okay, peace.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Eric.
Eric.
Aw.
That was
You know what?
hilarious.
I just want to say I think we're a lot more alike than we are different,
Yeah.
especially
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean? So
Well, that's why we're
Yeah.
connected. That's why
that's
we're
why we're
Yeah, well, you
connected
know
in
what?
the
I
first
definitely,
place.
I gotta work
Exactly.
on it. I gotta definitely work on it. I have you know what it is? I came from that. They shoved the love in your face, and then it's like, and then they went and did what they did to us, right? So it's like I
Right.
still have that at the back of my head constantly because I used to think the whole world was like that. And
Right.
the other day, my mother-in-law herself came on, was like, "Are you crazy? No, people are not like that. Like." People are
Yeah.
completely different. They're not like the cult that you were raised in. And I looked at her, you sure? And I'm
Yeah.
turning 32.
Jimmy had
Like,
his hand. He had his hand up for a second. Sorry, I don't want
oh well,
to
Yeah,
let
interrupt.
no.
me say good
Yeah,
night.
like
I
my,
gotta head out.
my time can go to Jimmy. I sacrificed my time to Jimmy. Go ahead, Jimmy. I had
Okay.
like 50 seconds in the game, motherfucker. You got sorry.
Yeah.
You got all the rest.
I'll let
Good.
Tony finish that sentence. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, good night, everyone. I love you all,
Good
and I will
night,
reach
Sorry,
out to
Tony.
you,
Tony.
ladies.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
And the phone, and look
Okay.
forward to chatting more.
And we'll
But
be
thank
more
you
patient,
for
Tony. I'll be more patient
what?
with you, and now I know how you are going forward. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, we got to be patient with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it goes both
Mm-hmm.
ways, right? This is a
Yeah.
two-way street, not a one-way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, love you guys. I don't mean to cut it short, but it's
Mhm.
getting one, and I'm about to knock out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Good
know.
night.
I
Sorry.
hear you.
And
All right.
you'll
Good
hear from
night.
me. Thank you
Good
all.
night,
Thanks, Ruby.
Tony.
Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks,
All right.
Wild Wall, Eric, and Linda James. Thank you all. Good
Yep.
night, and thank
Good
you to the
Good
night.
chat.
night.
Good
All
night.
right. Good night, Tony. Okay, go ahead, Jimmy.
My work here is done. No, I'm just kidding.
Get out of here. Get out.
Hey,
If I
just
can
for
say
the
one
record,
something after
just
him.
for the record, and I'll get to what I was going to say, but just for the record, I did call this to happen. So,
Did you?
And I'm glad that it did because it changed the whole entire energy.
and
Exactly.
let me just say, one thing that I have learned over the years of growing and trying to be a better person, and everything, is everything happens for a reason, and everything happens at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with Wildwald on this. At first, I didn't think that this was the place to do this.
Right, me too. Yeah.
Honestly, I didn't feel like that. But I got to a point in my thinking while we were going on. I'm like, you know what? Let's just go ahead and have this fucking conversation right now and be
Mm-hmm.
done with it.
Yeah, you were the one who was like, come on, get on here.
And
Yeah.
the other thing Michelle said, she said a second ago, she said that we are more alike than we are not
That was
alike.
me.
That was
Okay.
Colty.
That was
Okay.
Colton.
Sorry, Colty. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm trying to keep all the women straight here. All right. Try,
Go ahead.
y'all know what I mean.
Even
Never
Jimmy
make
makes
me straight,
mistakes.
but okay.
Y'all know what I mean. But
I do.
that's one thing that I learned with John, ex-JW Analyzer, and y'all are
I
having.
was on mute and I spit my beer everywhere because of that remark. Screw you. You can't get away with that.
I think y'all know what I was trying to say there. Anyway, all right, y'all know. Anyway, you're making me laugh. But the point is when me and John, we disagreed on a lot of things. We had some knockdown, drag out arguments, and I was at a point where I was like, you know what? All right, I could be defensive in this, but you know what? His friendship means more to me than whatever we're arguing about. So I learned to listen to what he says, listen before I respond. And if it's something we didn't agree with, we just had to come to the thing, hey, I don't agree with you. Can we move past this? Because our friendship meant more to us. And because of that, this goes back to the comment that was made, John and I found that we agreed on more things than we disagreed. Why? Because we learned how each other perceive things.
Mm-hmm.
And that was huge. So that's what happened tonight. Y'all saw me in the
politics.
Can
Do what?
I
This whole thing was like politics. We were upset a little bit, and then we just work it out, right?
Exactly. But like I said, I'm the peacemaker.
Oh my gosh. What were you gonna say, Colty?
I was going to say I want to apologize to Ruby for busting in on your political corner tonight. I couldn't hold my tongue any longer, and I'm glad that we resolved this. I apologize for busting in, like coming in hot the way you did. Okay? Because we're a lot alike, I think.
We're human.
In that
That
way.
happens.
Yeah.
Right. No, I appreciate that because I mean, the same thing that would have happened right now would have happened privately as well. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I mean about being me, myself, that I'm always going to be 24/7 myself. So exactly how I wanted. That's why I told Jimmy, if they're willing, I'm willing. I don't have a problem with that. I love this because this shows others how to do that as well. And it's also a teaching moment for us so that we can see where we are wrong and we can acknowledge that and move forward because we're so used to not taking accountability and we're so used to brushing people off and getting rid of them because that's what they taught us to do. Instead of working it out, sticking it out, and never quitting on a person or a thing or a passion or anything just because you didn't like something or you disagreed or you felt some type of way, as if those things cannot be handled verbally and fixed. So I'm all about that. So I'm glad that it did happen. And I like this comment from Ladybud. She says, the cult makes us cover up our feelings. It is great talking about it. It's a really good step forward. Because like I said before, we're so used to that. Well, I'm used to that. I didn't have to explain myself. I didn't have any other siblings that I fought with. I never had practice or exercise in dealing with people because I never had to deal with anybody. I was just my own person, my own agent. I was by myself all my life. And when I did come across as I cared or I would show something, it was immediately rejected as if we don't care about you, so we don't need your opinion. So I was so used to not, others not caring about me that now I in turn don't care about others.
Right.
And
you have a wall
we all know that like hurt people. And
Yeah.
even though I feel like I'm 10 years in the game of dealing with my own trauma, it can come out this way. And I would never know if you guys didn't tell me that. You see what I'm saying? It's a communication thing. And when we work on that communication is the only way we can resolve it, right? Like that's how I see it. So I would have loved for this to happen privately, but I'm glad that it did happen publicly. And hopefully in the future, I can be preemptive. I can be the one taking steps forward so that people don't feel like the way Michelle said she felt, as if I didn't care, because I obviously do. And we're not just bots behind a computer. We're real people with names and feelings, and we've built that friendship, that relationship. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I agree 100% with you guys. And I kind of felt in the beginning as if you were not receptive, and that's why I came out of pocket, earlier. So now that I feel also secure in that, and secured that you guys feel that the way that you do, that we can move forward, that it can be resolved, that it's not performative, it's not fake, or whatever, how we thought we felt, we know that that's not true, and we can move forward with that. So I'm glad that it's happened. I want to thank everybody, for joining. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Colty, for actually coming on the stage and not just staying in the chat section. And just being on the keyboard. I love to see your faces and
because
hear
we're
your
like
voices.
you. We are just as real. So we're not gonna hide behind a keyboard. And I'd rather talk to you face to face anyways. That's why in the past when things have happened, I want to get on the voice chat or I want to talk to you on the phone because I think things get messed up in translation through text. So I would
Absolutely.
rather so I would rather just talk to you in person, So thank you for letting us come on here and working this out.
Yeah,
Hey,
I love it.
I'd like to share something if that's okay, Ruby.
You got 3
Can
minutes.
I have
I got a
something
3-minute
real
limit on
quick.
everybody.
Listen, it's just real quick. Hey, Colty, you're on my show all the time, and I just appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much. Take care.
Aw.
Thank you. I appreciate
Okay,
you.
thank you, Eric. Okay, Linda.
Sorry,
Go
Linda. I
ahead.
just wanted to say that the floor is yours.
No worries. So I'm just really proud of you ladies right now because let me just say this. The XJW community is notorious for having drama. And it's situations like this that never get resolved, or people get passive aggressive, or then we're mad at each other. And it will go on for decades almost, really just a year or so. But the fact that you guys have faced each other and have resolved, it really looks like you guys have gotten some stuff resolved tonight. That is so much quicker than what I have seen in the past. So kudos to you guys. I'm so proud of you. I can't even, like, I just want to hug you all, and Jimmy too, and all the
Aw,
boys.
thanks,
You know,
Linda.
I'm just,
Thank you.
just
Hugs
adore
all
all of you.
around.
I'm
Hugs
really proud
Hugs
of
all
you.
around.
Yeah. Hug for you, and you, and you, and you.
And this would have not been possible if Michelle and Colty, if you guys didn't join the stage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Right.
I'm glad that you actually joined the stage and spoke to me face to face. We heard each other out. This is exactly what I want. I want this space to be people listening to each other, understanding our differences. And this time it was personal. Usually it's political, but I'm still happy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would have not been possible if you guys didn't come on here and actually talk to us. You know what I'm saying? So I want to thank you for joining.
And
Thank you,
people
Ruby.
actually got to see some resolution happen and maybe could learn from it. So
Right. I hope
Yeah,
someone can be
definitely.
helped by this video. We love you all. If you're
Yeah,
watching
we
the
love you guys.
replay, just know that you can work your problems out, and we're all here for you. Right?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Somebody just hopped off. I was just about to let that person know, like, I'm about to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, we can do the last words at the panel. I think I've said what I needed to say. I'll let Jimmy have a last word, and then we can go around the panel, and then I'm gonna end the show here, guys. So go ahead, Jimmy. Last words.
I just
Goodbye,
want to
y'all.
do what? What do you say?
I say good night, y'all. I'm gonna beat y'all to the punch. See ya.
Okay,
bye. Good night, Eric.
Eric.
No, I'm just, I know I'm being cheeky when I say I'm the peacemaker or whatever. I know I'm just joking around with that, but I'm glad to see that this happened. This is the way to do it, and do it with respect for one another, because, the friendships mean more than little squabbles. I'm just glad it happened in real time. Now, when the sun comes up tomorrow, nobody's going to have this negative energy hanging around them. And that's a good thing. So, it's kind of off of what we normally do. But again, everything happens for a reason. So I love you guys.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Jimmy.
you too,
Thank you
Jimmy.
for being here, being a co-host, being a mediator, being Papa Q, being who you are. Thank you, Jimmy. I'm gonna move on to Michelle. Go ahead, Michelle.
I just want to say thank you, Ruby, for letting us come on the show. I didn't know if this would be at all a positive thing or how it would turn into, and I'm happy with how it's all played out. I'm looking forward to what happens going forward, and I have all positive energy, sending everyone positive vibes, and I do appreciate you. So thank you all. Thank you for listening and talking this through. Linda, Wild, Eric, Jimmy, everybody that played a part and gave your viewpoints. I appreciate all of it. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for joining. And I'll definitely text you on Discord. We could refriend, we can regroup, we can do voice chats. No problem there. I love that you took the time to come on here and speak with us. So thank you, Michelle. I'm gonna move on to Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
I'm just proud of you all. That's all.
Oh, thank you, Linda. Thank you for joining and giving us your input. I love when other people give their input. It also helps me to look in the mirror and to listen to people who are older than me, more experienced than I talk about this all the time. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thankful for this community also being there for me when I may be wrong. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem taking that accountability and being honest and admitting that. So I thank you guys for being that mom, for me.
Sure.
So thank you so much, Linda, for joining. We're going to move on to Wild. Go ahead, Wild.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with everything that y'all guys have said. It's so nice. It ain't like what is it, Kumlaha or whatever they say, where everybody
Kumbaya.
gets together and sings a little song around the campfire. But it's just the process of that we're showing maturity, not just growing up, but there's a difference. You can grow up and never be mature, and you can be young and be mature. And this is what it's about right here. And we all going to make mistakes. It's a given. Everybody's going to make mistakes. Like I say, it's just in how we handle it and stuff. And I do believe this is going to help people to see that you can have disagreements with people. We don't always see eye to eye. You can actually get vicious. And even if we go back to the Bible, I know some of us believe in the Bible, some don't. But let's think what happened with the Apostle Paul and Barnabas and all that, or Timothy and them. They had disagreements. They didn't. Here's people supposing Bible that supposedly had God's Spirit. They didn't see eye to eye. They had some probably knockdown dragouts when you hear some of the stuff Paul put in there. And Peter sure didn't get along with Paul for a while. We all know that in the Bible. So this is it's going to happen. It's going to happen to guys. It's going to happen to girls. It's going to happen to guys versus girls. Like they're going to have their differences in how they see stuff. But the main thing is to realize that we can go on and we can help each other. I guarantee you right now, if Ruby was in trouble and Culty or Michelle come along the road and they saw she was broke down, how much you want to bet they'll stop and help her out? Same way with Ruby. No matter how much. And so that's the thing is we know that we can all help each other out. And we're all going through stuff. And I don't know how many of y'all are mothers or whatnot, but I know Ruby's got 3 kids. And you can have a bad day. Trust me, I only had 1 kid. But when you've got 3, I can only imagine. So, and I'm not blaming kids. I'm just saying we all got different stuff we're dealing through each day. It can be work. We can have a bad day at work. A husband can come in and try to almost take it out on his wife because sometimes we hurt those we love, right? We've all heard that. You hurt those we love. So just the fact you and Michelle, Ruby and Culty had a disagreement, y'all love each other. You've already said that. It's obvious. And that's why it hurt so much because like Michelle said, we were friends. If y'all were enemies, it wouldn't have hurt. If y'all were already, so this lets me know how much y'all really deep down care. And that I'll leave it at that. I'm just glad y'all are still good friends. I think you'll be even better friends going from this point forward because now y'all understand each other a little better where you're each coming from. All right. I'll leave it to that.
Thanks, Wild.
Oh, thank you,
thanks,
Wild. I
Wild.
love to have you on here. Thank you so much for also giving your input and your insight. I love hearing you. I love your accent. So I love listening to you. It's very calming. Thank you, Wild. I'm gonna move on to Culty. All right, Culty, go ahead.
I don't really have that much left. I think everybody really said it all, and I'm just glad that Wild brought it back to the Bible. It must have been Jehovah's hand.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
You went there.
She went there. I love it.
Jesus. Now I'm
I
triggered.
love you guys, and thank you so much. Thank
Love you.
everybody on the panel.
Yeah,
Love you
much
guys.
love to all.
Okay, have a
All
good
right,
night.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for everybody hopping on. Thank you to everybody in the chat. It was very lively, very involved, very interactive. It was
That's for
I
sure.
mean, I
That's
love
the
the engagement.
understatement of the year.
Yeah, I love that.
Do you have any videos to end this with? A funny video or anything? Is there anything queued up that would be funny?
I don't
I don't know if you do or not.
I have no clue. I played my funny video that old people singing.
No, God, don't play that again, please.
Yeah. Well, you don't like it?
That was horrible. I've seen them do some other stuff too. It's cringe. It's cringy.
Well,
Oh,
thanks
I
for the
loved
therapy.
it.
It's
Thanks for the
funny, but
therapy,
it's
you guys.
cringy.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything funny. That was the only thing funny that I had. That made me crack up.
So
No,
I will.
no.
I will
Oh, go
say,
ahead.
guys. Okay, so let's get back to political stuff just here for a second.
Oh no.
They have dropped the JFK files, so let's start looking into those and see what's in there, because this is going to be a huge moment in history if it's all out legit. Which before we came on, I was being shown that was like an hour ago or an hour and a half ago. So that's something we need to look at and see what's in those files. Because
They dropped it tonight?
Yeah.
Where can I get them?
I'm sure you could go to X. I'm sure you can go to X and go to the search bar to see what's trending, and that should be trending.
Perfect. Thanks for the suggestion.
But I'm going to look into them so that way I can kind of, be that person to help folks understand what's going on. I will say that when Kash Patel came out and told Glenn Beck, do you remember that, Ruby?
No, I don't think so. What did he say?
Do one quick search on. Sorry, this is important.
Okay. What?
Do a quick search on Kash Patel talks to Glenn Beck about JFK files.
Okay, Kash Patel talks to Glenn
Beck. Yeah.
About JFK files. Oh, I didn't know they dropped tonight, so that's interesting.
Yeah. See, I'm trying to bring it back to the political stuff now.
Oh, is that when he says that he's seen it all, referring to the files?
Yes.
Okay.
Just play that real quick for everybody.
That was actually an article, so hold on, let me see.
And okay, I was going to say play that, then we can just shut it off because that's a good lead into next week.
Oh, we're definitely talking about JFK next week. That used to be one of my favorite presidents. It was the time period that got him. I like him. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen with everybody now.
This will be the tease for next week.
Okay, this is the clip right here, I think.
Yeah.
Never believed that the CIA killed Kennedy.
No. You're talking to a guy that's read the entire JFK file.
You've seen all the secret stuff?
I've seen all of that, and I've seen the 7 pages of the 9/11 report. I've seen it all.
You don't say that to people that you can't tell what you saw. I never believed.
Okay, so that's the clip. And I believe him.
Oh yeah, and he goes on to further in that video saying that some of the stuff that's going to come out, we kind of are. It's not going to answer some of the biggest questions, but he says you are going to be surprised on some of the stuff that is out there. So, yeah, we're going to dive into these things and find out what's up.
Yeah, and we also need more about the Epstein. We need phase 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need everything.
That's going to happen. But like Jesse said earlier this evening, he felt like, the JFK situation, he felt like we lost the Republic. This would be, I guess you could say, the start of disclosure, because I think it has to start there. And everybody needs to be aware of it. So everything's happening for a reason. It's all going to come out when it needs to. So
I hope you're right. I'm gonna read those files tonight. Actually, I'm gonna look them up.
There's probably a lot. So yeah, so everybody just kind of keep your eyes on that this week. And so that's all I gotta say about that.
All right, Jimmy, thank you so much. I'm gonna end the stream now, and I'll see you next Tuesday, 9 p.m. I'll see you guys then. Bye, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Have a good night.
I'm a gun throwing patriot, God being patriot. Pricing why they mad, cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun toting patriot, God being patriot. Pricing why they mad, cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it.
All red MAGA flags waving through the South like we just want 4 more years. Democrats can't get right. Trumping with that Yeezy flow. Don't go broke on Sleepy Joe. Make America great again.